Alright, good evening ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Higurashi. Yes, our promised 350 threshold will now be Nekopara. Been memed too long. At some point the memes become reality. And that's what's gonna happen. If you just meme hard enough, sometimes your memes go from dreams shaping the foundations of reality. Keep memeing. Keep up the funny shit. And we'll make great strides for humanity and for all the galaxy. Now let's dive into Higurashi. This is what, chapter 3, I think? No, chapter 4, my bad. We finished chapter 3. And we're getting into this dam project arc. Is it a dam project or a dam project? You'll never know because they're synonyms. But I think that you could argue that they're both. The project is certainly damned, and they're building a dam. And I'm sure the automatic censors on YouTube will have a wonderful time with that. So, I had a restless night's sleep. Apparently we did. I did nothing but turn over repeatedly during a night that seemed like it lasted for eternity, and even then I eventually fell asleep at some point, not realizing how high in the sky the sun had risen. Oh my goodness. I know that's not even my phone's ringtone. You know how sad that is? That's not even my phone's ringtone, and I was like, oh fuck the phone. Man. Alright. Yeah, shake off the urge to go back to sleep. It was then you noticed the phone was ringing. The time was almost 10:30 in the morning. It was clearly too late for a wake-up call. Akasaka-san? Good morning, it's Ooishi. Waking up to the sound of Ooishi's voice was a little bit too much of a shock. My delicate ears were ringing. This man... Wait, we weren't hungover, were we? Okay, it must just be Ooishi's voice. But thanks to that shock, I was suddenly wide awake. Hello, good morning. Could it be you just woke up? Even though you're on assignment, it's not good to be asleep during regular business hours. You're absolutely right. I'll be more careful in the future. I have another tidbit that might wake you up even more. There was something interesting mixed in with the lost and found at the Hinamizawa police box. Lost and found? Let's leave the details for when you get here. You think you'll be able to make it before noon? No, I'll be there right away. Ooishi already knew what my mission was. Since Ooishi said it was something that'd wake me up, it was hard to believe it would be something irrelevant to me. Honestly speaking, judging by the information from Sato-san yesterday, knowing that my cover was already blown, I couldn't wander to and from Hinamizawa carelessly. Ooh, the artist responded and said no commissions? Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Maybe some other time. It happens. A lot of artists put in their bio, no commissions, or commissions are closed at the moment. But some of them either forget or just don't take commissions often. Enough for it to matter. That's too bad. Oh well. Hopefully you find a different artist, or they open for commissions at a later time that works for you. Either way. I'm a bit disappointed because I was looking forward to seeing what you ended up commissioning. But I guess that'll be for another time. Depending on the artist, it can take a while to get commissions too. Like, some people are backed up several months on commissions. So, you don't even know if it's like, if they're like, my commissions are full, I only do them by month, or if they schedule them several months out. More likely they have commissions opened, but only on the business side, and you're a private person. Ah, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They might be like a professional artist and not open for like private commissions. They want more like commissions with a company for professional stuff. So I don't suppose it hurts to ask for fan art commissions from basically any artist. I mean, if an artist is advertising their work you may as well ask. right? Because they're clearly trying to get their work out there, and you can't like immediately tell if they're professional only or some shit. I've seen some professional artists with like incredibly anemic portfolios on DeviantArt and stuff. It's like they just only put up a couple pictures because like they don't maintain it all that well, or they already have an actual job, so they're like, if people care, they'll contact me or some shit. It's like you see like the covers, like some, depending on like what year it is or when the artist started, you can see some people who are like artists for like Marvel or DC, and sometimes they're like actual their art sites are like incredibly anemic, or they have like only really old art because they only put the stuff they did before they started getting real work up, and then like the occasional sketch, so it's hard to tell like how much they've actually progressed with their art is, but cool. Alright, so our cover is already blown, and this is apparently big news. I wonder what it's going to be. Implied threat? Yeah, it's probably a good idea to DM them asking. If Pixiv has a... I don't know if Pixiv automatically has a commission form open for everyone. But yeah, it'd probably be like a common courtesy to ask. Seems like a reasonable thing to do, is just to ask if their commissions are actually open before submitting an order. I have no clue if it just automatically makes an order form for you if you like start posting art or some shit. I don't use Pixiv enough, and I'm definitely not informed enough on the art end of things to know if that's how the system works. Your investigation's at an impasse. If there was some information there that could put you back on the trail, it'd be nothing less than a stroke of good fortune. After vigorously washing my face, I pulled on my jacket and hailed a taxi, heading towards the Okonomiya police station. Oh, you're here. The genius mahjong player has arrived! My apologies for being late. So, what popped up? Words. I don't know why I can't say popped up today. I was feeling a little bit drowsy all day today. Maybe it's that. With absolutely no intention of reminiscing about last night's mahjong game, I pressed him to get to the point. Ooishi, anticipating I'd act that way, cut to the chase without any resistance. Ah, the artist has to enable requests. Fair enough. So I guess they have the option to close the requests at some point, so if they weren't accepting commissions, then they won't do it. That's fair. So they have the option to close them off. Okay. Alright, well, like I said earlier, something arrived from the Hinamizawa's police's box. They're lost and found this morning. Lost items that were turned over to the police were sent to Okonomiya Station after the paperwork was filled out. Ooishi pulled out a plastic bag from a drawer and laid its labeled contents on the desk. Is that a wallet? Indeed. There's a small change inside, but no bills. We thought a pickpocket threw it away after pulling out the contents, at first. I didn't understand how this wallet, so far removed from Tokyo, could be related to the kidnapping. Is this the kid's wallet? If it had drawn Uishi's attention, it would have had to have been something dramatic, like if the wallet belonged to the missing grandchild. That would be absurd. Like, something that convenient would happen. If that was it, there was probably initials written on the wallet. Like the initials of Toshiki Inukai, Minister's grandson, T.I. Or, you know, like his ID card. Thinking like that at this point, I didn't suppose this wallet was something that could get Uishi so excited.
Ho-ho!
Ho-ho. Ooishi, after putting on a pair of disposable plastic gloves, handed me a pair of the same. Have I heard? Have I heard? What have I heard? I didn't feel that this wallet was such an important thing, so I had my doubts about whether there was any point to putting on gloves. However, I didn't want Uishi's intentions to go to waste. Dude, there's no reason to put your fingerprints on anyway. Like, don't get your fingerprints on evidence. Ooishi opened up the plastic bag and pulled it out, showing me the back. As I imagined, there were initials engraved there. But it was slightly more detailed than what I thought, with Toshiki I marked on it. Ooishi grinned at me with a look on his face and said, "See? See? We can't confirm from that that this belongs to the minister's grandson," I informed him calmly. This wallet was irrelevant, nothing more than Uishi's overeagerness. First, there's no way in this distant locale the missing grandson's wallet would be found with such convenient timing. Dude, I don't know what kind of copium our guy's on, but after this stuff, I don't know. Wasn't he saying he was planning on reporting all this shit in the morning to his superiors? And now he's back to like, oh, there's no way. There's no way. After all, the Onigafuchi Guardians weren't related to the case in the first place. Yeah, he went from being super suspicious and having literal threats made against his life and being like, I need to report this to my fucking superiors because we're fucked. These guys know way too much. They clearly have the kid. We even had a meeting where they said they have his kid and nobody's supposed to be even aware that this is a thing. And suddenly, he's back to, they weren't related to the case. Was he drinking last night? Is that why he slept until 10 on a workday? I don't know. There's no way this wallet belonged to the grandson Highlander. I did hear the Highlander event. I did hear of the Highlander event. Thanks for letting me know earlier. I'll have to check that out. There's no way this wallet belonged to the grandson. Why I wanted to decide that was the case, well, even I didn't really know. Even though that what should have been top secret was leaked before I was even dispatched. In this situation, how could I say this was definitely unrelated? Would it be more prudent to pay more attention to this wallet? It had only been a couple days since I arrived in Hinamizawa. In those couple of days, due to the number of remarkable events, my nerves might have become just a little frayed. Shaking my head slightly, I cleared it of unnecessary thoughts. Ooishi opened the wallet zipper, revealing the contents. Inside was small change and a number of crumpled receipts. Ooishi, from that jumble, pulled out a folded card, student ID card. Seeing that, my heart stopped for a moment. It was a card from a dental examination. The name Toshiki Inukai and the age, a perfect match. The dentist's location? Tokyo. There's no need to explain any further. How far was it from Tokyo to Hinamizawa? It was far enough. Taking the bullet trains and cars would still take several hours. Why would a wallet with a dental examination card from Tokyo inside show up in Hinamizawa? Could it belong to a tourist who came from Tokyo? Why is this guy... This guy is on so much freaking copium. He's like, there's no way I have any evidence. I refuse to... He's like, oh my god. He's like Keiichi. Is this Keiichi's father secretly? Holy shit. This is like Keiichi's freaking father. It's like, well, I had all the evidence and I should report it to my superiors. Next day. Anyway, I have no evidence. I'm not going to report it to my superiors. Receives evidence? No way! This can't be real. Maybe a villager on vacation to Tokyo just happened to pay a visit to the dentist. Yeah, that's right. It must have fallen into somebody's bag by accident. Okay. In my mind, I desperately struggled to find a possible excuse as to why this wallet didn't belong to Toshiki Inukai. Imagine having, like, someone's ID. Like, you have their fucking driver's license, and it's like, it says Toshiki Inukai, Tokyo, son of something Inukai, Minister of Construction. Birth date matches, house address matches, date of assignment. Ooh, even the driver's license ID matches Toshiki Inukai's. Anyways, this is probably somebody else's. This is probably somebody else's. Here, you can keep this. It just wouldn't do for this wallet to belong to him. However, weeding out possibilities for error one by one, the haze surrounding the wallet in front of me faded, gradually letting it come into clear focus. See? I felt a shiver of electricity run up my spine. My pulse quickened, and a thin film of sweat began to coat my entire body. From Ueshi's point of view, I was probably slack-jawed and spaced out, with a slovenly look on my face. Did she get information from the dental office? That's your job, Akasaka-san. I didn't go that far. When did this wallet show up? The person who picked it up was a villager. They did so yesterday, it seems. Not that, I mean, when was the wallet dropped? It rained here last week, exactly 7 days ago. It doesn't look like the contents are water damaged, so the longest would probably be 6 days. Does anyone else at the station have knowledge of this wallet? The officer who encountered it at the police box. And 2 or 3 people in charge of the lost and found. Other than that, it's just me and you. If it's involved in a classified case, it'd be bad to talk about, wouldn't it? I don't intend to wag my tongue. May I borrow a phone? Go right ahead. Dial 0 to get an outside line. I dialed the phone number inscribed on the examination card. I could hear my pulse pounding inside my head. Could there possibly be something so absurd? The address on the receipts and cards inside the wallet were all from around the area where the grandson lived. The name on the examination card was also a match. The time we deduced that the wallet had been left behind also matched the timeline of the kidnapping. Of course, it's possible I could just laugh it off as a big pile of coincidences, but I mean, there wasn't any strong evidence. Rather than all this circumstantial proof, the contents of the phone call I was about to make would have a much greater meaning. I like how he's like, I literally have this man's dental records, and that's insufficient to even suggest that this is real. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. This is Nakagawa Dental Office. Hello, this is Okinomiya Police Department. I have a misplaced wallet here. I'm trying to get in contact with the owner. Would you be able to help me? Inside the wallet, there was an examination card from your office. Yes. The name is Toshiki Inukai. If I give you the number on the card, would you be able to look up the phone number? Yes, thank you. If you could. Still holding the receiver, I pulled out a notebook from my breast pocket with my free hand. I opened it up to the page with the grandson's address and phone number recorded on it. Yes, hello. Go ahead. I compared the phone number written in it in my notebook to the one that was being read out on the other end of the line. During that process, I spun around to look behind me uneasily. I locked eyes with Ooishi. He looked puzzled, wondering what the matter was. Why would I feel uneasy and look behind me? That was because the person on the end of the line was reading out the numbers as though doing so straight from my notebook. Well, you got a match. It seemed HQ was in quite an uproar thanks to my report. No matter how many times the authenticity of the evidence I linked to the grandson was called into question, I could only respond, it was the truth. When the lead investigator first picked up the phone, I was grilled about the evidence I found. But it was almost too good to be true, if I do say so myself. But after having doubt after doubt dispelled, he fell into silence. The receiver was finally handed over to the section chief. When he picked it up, the background thrum on the other end of the line disappeared, and I knew it had gone completely silent. After asking the same questions about the wallet as the lead investigator did, the chief quietly spoke his next words. Got it. We'll dispatch several people as reinforcements. They should be able to make it there by evening. Akasaka-kun, please continue with your investigation of the area. Get some information on the spot where the wallet was found. Kano will select some people and head directly there. Dude, I would bet you money that this was a plant. Like, let's think about this. Let's think about this. No information for an entire week about a kidnapped person. All of a sudden, the wallet shows up. At the same time, the minister is being pressured to mention the dam project again and again and again in reports. In every announcement he makes, he has to refer to the dam project and, like, question its validity or the veracity of its existence. Like, that's clearly a plant. They're like, oh, you want some proof we actually have your kid? Here's a wallet. Here's a wallet, we got your kid. Now keep working. The fact that he was sending Kano, the lead investigator here, meant that the chief had decided there was a possibility the Guardians were somehow implicit in the kidnapping. However, it felt as though, until the lead investigator, who he trusted, verified the evidence with his own eyes, he was still going to be skeptical about it. How'd it go? It seems HQ is sending reinforcements. I was ordered to investigate the area. Where was the wallet dropped? Around Takatsudo, apparently. This is Okinomiya. All the way over here, this is Hinamizawa, and even further upstream, around here is Takatsudo. Ooishi explained where the wallet was found by pointing to locations on the map on the wall. Convenient actually having maps sometimes. This place is called Takatsudo. It was even more remote than Hinamizawa was. There's hardly anyone living in the area around Takatsudo. It was deserted a long time ago. It's littered with abandoned houses, so it's really quite desolate around there. Ooishi, could I ask you to guide me there? I don't mind. You can't really get in and out of Hinamizawa as you please by yourself, after all. Of course, I'll have to make you wear the cap and mask again. That Ooishi agreed to accompany me was reassuring. If Sato's info was to be believed, my cover was blown. I wasn't sure if the villagers realized that the fresh meat dispatched from public safety was a tourist, in other words, me, but deciding that they hadn't noticed would have been overly optimistic. Yeah, it's like, how many tourists come by a remote village? Like 2? Even a cursory thought, Takatsudo, where the wallet was found, couldn't be ruled out as a hiding spot for the kidnappers. The Takatsudo area didn't have any residential buildings, nor was it alongside a highway. There wasn't a reason for even the locals to go out of their way to visit it. It was exactly what we would call a long-forgotten ghost town at the end of the road. You couldn't ask for a better place to hold a kidnapped grandson. If you would recall, at the end of the previous chapter, they were complaining about not having electricity and having to use a gas stove for everything, and they had to drive into town. So it's likely he's being held there, and likely that they're gonna find him there. It's likely that there's gonna be like an announcement in the next day or so. I'm betting there's gonna be an announcement in the next day or so with the dam being cancelled. And the grandson will be found in Takatsudo. Also, you couldn't get to Takatsudo without passing through Hinamizawa first. Oh, that's a good one to know. Those several conditions made the area all the more important. I couldn't brush it off any longer. It's impossible to get there without going through Hinamizawa, alright. There's no longer any doubt the Guardians or someone hired by them were involved in the kidnapping. If that was the case, then the fact that this wallet was found might have already been leaked to them. They even knew so much as how the Public Safety Division was operating. The case of the wallet couldn't be something they didn't know. In that case, there was a possibility the enemy was lying in wait. To dive alone into enemy territory, surrounded by enemy territory, to say the least, required a lot of courage, and a recklessness that I just didn't have. Without your company, Ooishi, I wouldn't be able to step into the village so easily. Thanks so very much for your cooperation. Honestly, I thought you'd ask for more money. Well, if we're being honest, Hinamizawa isn't exactly a place I'd like to go. I'd at least appreciate it if you paid for the cab fare. Still, it's not a request I can refuse from a friend that's played at the same table as me. Dude, you're professionals. Be professional, Ooishi. He grinned as he pounded me on the back. It struck me he just didn't want to jump ship rather than having any sort of sense of duty towards his job. Is that where we're going? He doesn't care to do it, he just doesn't want to get out. Anyway, even so, it didn't really matter. Right now, I really appreciate the gesture. Well then, shall we hurry up and get going? If the enemy knew the police obtained the wallet, they would probably have moved the hostage to a different place. Again, it could be a plant. The minute you go into town, all of them know about it because they have the one road into town barricaded. There wasn't a moment to lose, but Ooishi, without regard to the fact we were about to head out, began to remove his jacket. What are you doing? Well, it's just a precaution. If you want me to poke the beehive to get your honey, I have to be rather well prepared, you see. You want to put one on too? What Ooishi pulled out from the drawer below the desk was a stab-proof vest. Ooishi's not fucking around. He's like, yeah, if we're going to Hinamizawa, let me take out my jacket. We need one of these. His name was Toshiki Inukai, the grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inukai. But what's the first name of the Minister of Constructions? What's his first name? The Minister of Construction had the first name, right? There's only one reason for him being here. If you don't include gym or art class, his grades were above average. That was the result of having private tutoring sessions twice a week. Wait, he needs private tutoring to get grades that are above average, excluding gym and art class? Oof. Alright. If you omitted the fact that he still couldn't do pull-ups, oh boy, there wasn't much else that could make him hate school. Of course, he understood full well his grandfather was a cabinet minister. He also knew that not too many people were that interested in their relationship. He didn't like to go out of his way to bring up his grandfather or call him the Minister of Construction. And here I thought Hikora's construction corporation was big, or I think Muna's running the other one in Hololab. Okay, yeah, whatever it is, Hikora Kensetsu or whatever it is. It turns out this guy's literally Minister of Construction. It doesn't get higher than that. Unless there's a world government, right? He's an expert. He's an expert at Minecraft. He's literally the Minister of Construction. He'd have to be the best player. He'd have to be the best Minecraft player in all of Japan, right? At least the best at building stuff. That's how they determine construction minister, right? Anyway. Yeah. He tried to know a little bit more about what kind of work the Minister of Construction did in your average show. What that entailed was when you tried your best to make life better for the masses. Sometimes you made a few enemies. He knew all too well from the time he'd spent as class representative. His grandfather, had many enemies. He knew he might personally catch some of the fallout, so he had to be twice as cautious. He was taught that by his parents. And that's why the moment he was kidnapped, he instantly knew this was one of those occasions. He understood he wasn't being treated as Toshiki Inukai the person, but rather as Toshiki Inukai, grandson of the Minister of Construction. He wasn't personally at fault, this was the result of some unavoidable trouble with his grandfather's work. It made little difference, but when he realized it wasn't because of anything he did, he was able to relax, if only a little. Of course, at first he was struck with a terror befitting his age, wondering what was going to happen to him. But after a while of being tied up and only able to stay lying down, he began to ponder a great many things. First, why he was being abducted like this. He understood the answer to that easily. He was taken hostage to coerce his grandfather, the minister. That's easy. No doubt about that. He didn't know exactly what he did, but it was easy to imagine there was a lot to be gained from threatening him. He respected his grandfather more than most. He earnestly believed his own grandfather was in the top 20 of the most important people of Japan. That seems reasonable. Doubly so if people were taking relatives of his hostage to accomplish their goals. You're like, clearly, someone dislikes him. Which means he's relevant to someone. Someone with a lot of power, and I guess if you piss off the Yakuza, that means you're probably... If you have the ability to piss off the Yakuza and are in a ministerial position, yeah, that makes sense. Alright. That's exactly why he wouldn't forgive anybody who tried to threaten his beloved grandfather. More importantly, he wouldn't forgive anybody who would use him as a tool to threaten his grandfather. I got bad news for you, my dude. This is the 80s. This is literally like the high time of the Yakuza. The government is like 500% in bed with them. So, yeah, there's not going to be any actual fallout for this, even if there's not going to be a lot of fallout for this. They're going to be like, oh, well, that's awkward, sorry. Guess we won't do that anymore. His grandfather was really busy, and rarely had time to meet with relatives. That's why, with what little time he did manage to scrape together, he just dropped by unannounced. And, as apology for not being able to meet during New Year's or summer vacation, he doted on his grandson very, very much. The number of times Toshiki was looked upon with disregard just because his grandfather was a politician and minister certainly weren't few, but he never thought even once he wanted his grandfather to quit being a politician. It was his beloved grandfather. He wanted him to continue his career as long as possible from the bottom of his heart. Man, this kid really likes his grandfather's job. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what what either of my grandfathers did for work for the longest time. I don't think I even remember them working other than after they retired. So I don't know if this is good or bad, but he seems to be really into his grandparents. However, Toshiki was now being held hostage, and his grandfather was being threatened. Then again, I guess if you have to walk on eggshells because you could be taken hostage at any moment, maybe you care more than most. His grandfather, who called him the apple of his eye, was surely suffering. He might do anything to save his grandson. Maybe in putting aside his ideology if it was required to save his grandson. He might cave into the culprit's demands if it meant saving him. When Toshiki thought about that, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. In his current situation, he was unable to forgive the cowards who would make his beloved grandfather suffer by using such dastardly means. Alright, I got an easy vote for you guys. I got an easy solution. You gotta... If people are gonna take you, I got an easy solution, Yukai. If people are gonna take your grandson hostage over the construction of the dam, and the right of it, build it anyway and flood the whole town. Fuck them all. That's a good solution. It's not. Sorry, there's tons of reasons for that, but that would be fair. Where's Kiryu when you need him? Oh wait, Yakuza 0 starts in 88. Oof. Yeah, that's a little bit late. Yeah, Yakuza 0 starts in 88, so we got like 10 years. 10 years before Kiryu's around. And I don't even know if Kiryu's even... I don't think Kiryu's a particularly good person as far as... I mean, he's like okay as far as Yakuza go, but he's still Yakuza through and through, man. That said, I guess if you're doing side quests... I don't think this would be a side quest, though. This takes you way out of Tokyo. So this would be like a main story tier quest for Kiryu. And he's not the type to... He's not the type to fuck with, I don't think he's the type to fuck with the whole clan over someone he doesn't know. Like an entire other family? I don't know about that. He didn't... He barely he wasn't even willing to get, yeah, he'd go against the kidnapping. That's some confidence in Kiryu. It's not like he quit being a Yakuza. In fact, all of his actions in Zero are 100% for that family and the direction it's going and for its leader. Like, they kind of just randomly turn on him for very little reason. Alright. So that feeling swelled up in him, displacing his fear. There he is. Still shields pretty hard for the Yakuza, so I don't know if I would say he's going to oppose anything they do here. It's like, oh, that's a little bit rude. Anyway, so I'll go murder like 30 police officers. Be right back. What he thought at first was something any boy would imagine. Getting out of the bonds, beating up the bad guys, and handing them over to the police. Wait, are you supposed to imagine handing them over to the police instead of just stabbing them? Oh, my bad. The images of all these brave heroes from all the manga he'd read passed through the back of his mind. In his imaginary scenario, he slipped through his bonds easily, floating like a butterfly to evade his captors and stinging like a bee to bring them down. Good luck, good luck. In the end, it was nothing more than his silly fantasy, but with his vision obstructed and unable to see anything, it was something he could get into more than any anime at the moment. I mean, I guess now, I guess there's like two philosophies, right? If you're being held hostage, one of them is either attempt to escape by any means necessary, or just accept your fate and wait for rescue. Seems like he's going with the latter, at which point, yeah, you may as well just fantasize escaping and not actually do anything, because you're not actually going to go anywhere. This assumes that Kiryu in one of the other games even beat the shit out of a minister of Japan. Oh wow, so they definitely go. He's definitely willing to beat the shit out of public figures for his own profit. Yeah. Nice, cool. In actuality, he's enjoying these little scenarios in his head. For the long period of time he was tied up, his captors hadn't really done anything that they'd feel sorry for. However, eventually he began to grow tired of his fantasies, and more realistic scenarios began to run through his head. And it was then he realized none of them were a solution. He wanted to do something for his grandfather who was being threatened. That he was being held here to inflict pain was the thing he could least forgive, and also the most vexing, and then he noticed there was a much simpler way to save his grandfather without beating up his captors. And that was to remove himself as a hostage from the hands of these villains. If he disappeared from here, his captors would have nothing to threaten his grandfather with. The captors restrained him, but they didn't treat him roughly, and made sure he was fed well enough. Meaning at most, he was nothing more than a means for their threat. They weren't looking to bully or kill him out of spite, and if he behaved, no ill would befall him. Realizing that gave him a strong sense of courage. And carrying his train of thought this far, he let it run its course to its natural conclusion. Right now, he decided to escape. His ears had been stuffed with the sponge-like material acting as makeshift earplugs. However, they didn't actually do much to block sound, and he could overhear everything they were saying. Realizing this, even when his captors spoke to him, he acted like he couldn't hear them due to the earplugs. His captors, thinking he couldn't hear them, talked about all sorts of things without reservation. Thanks to that, he's able to obtain various pieces of information. First, this isn't Tokyo. It seemed he was quite a distance away, and on top of that, in the countryside deep in the mountains. It also seemed his captors were inconvenienced living out here, so he could deduce this place was far from any sort of town. Finally, whenever they went out to buy food or other supplies, they would always take a car. That caused him some dismay. He knew the method he learned at school of running around blindly while shouting for help wouldn't work here. He paused his mental escape scenario there. His ultimate goal was to find somebody who would help him. If somebody who fit that description wasn't close by, his chances of escaping successfully grew slim. A desolate, far-off land deep in the mountains. A place where you couldn't even go shopping without using a car. In this situation, escaping would be very, very difficult. Not true, not true. Surviving after you escape might be difficult. Let's be more specific. He can run off into the mountains. He can run off into the mountains. He can run off into the mountains. And then if he dies off in the mountains, he can. And then if he dies off in the mountains, the minister will feel guilty about caving into the demands and being weak. And might actually reverse his construction change. He's like, well, if you're gonna kill him anyway, I'm gonna go forward with the dam. Like, fuck you guys. He grew depressed after a while and returned to his original scenario. My solution sucks, by the way. I mean, if you want to live, you probably don't want to do that, but... I don't know. How big is Japan? Japan's a pretty small place, honestly. Japan's a small country. Better than being lost in northern Canada and being like, ah, this random house could easily be like 500 miles from anybody. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Pick a direction. Hopefully it's south. Pick a direction, go south. You could reasonably die before you... Yeah, Russia would suck too, right? You're like in the middle of Siberia. It's like most of the population of Canada is only along the border, and if like you're north of the border, the population density is fucking nothing, man. Apart from like a couple cities. So, back to our original scenario. Imagining becoming a hero like in the manga and beating down his captors became his respite. Dude, I don't know, man. Am I a senior? I don't think so. However, as he played those delusions out in his head, his heart, hating to surrender, continued searching for a way to escape. Or Australia, where civilization barely fences off the untamed wilderness. Yes, Australia has the same problem. Except they're on the coasts, because they don't have borders. Right? Most of the Australian population's on the coast, I believe, and like the interior's very... Oh, career-wise, no. Not there yet. His heart hating to surrender, search for a way to escape, and then he thought of a way. If the goal is far away, all he had to do was get closer. His goal in a nutshell is to find someone who would help him. In other words, somebody other than his captors. If he faked being sick, his captors would have to take him to the hospital or bring a doctor to him. How are you gonna fake being sick enough that someone actually wants to take you to a hospital when they're holding you hostage? They'd probably be reluctant to do that. But he already knew the hostage was more important than anything. In the off chance something happened, like him dying, they wouldn't be able to threaten anybody. Luckily, he had an experience that helped him fake a serious illness. At the end of the last year, he was inadvertently involved in a car accident and had to undergo surgery. The scar from the surgery was still clearly visible on his lower torso, and he recalled the pain and suffering from that time. The existence of that experience would make a huge impact on the realism of his performance. You're gonna go with acting. You're gonna go with acting. He's quite confident in his ability to fake an illness. How are you gonna fake it? I'm curious. How are you gonna fake an illness bad enough that two people who are keeping you hostage wanna take you to a hospital? You're gonna say, alright. As first, his captors took it as a sign he needed to use the washroom. Untying only his arms, they tried to bring him there while he was still blindfolded, but he didn't try to get up. His hands now free, only clutched at his abdomen as he writhed in agony. Hey, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? He had his earplugs in, so he had to pretend he didn't hear his captors asking the question. He's about to nod, so he hurriedly had to stop himself. What's the matter? Kid's clutching his stomach. Must be a stomachache or something. His captors looked down on his suffering form for a bit. One of them proposed a course of action while another laid his doubts that Tashiki might be faking it. Well, okay, you got the... What's wrong, boy? Your tummy hurt? His ears are plugged, he can't hear you. Well, that's a problem. Do we got any medicine that works on stomach pain? Might want to go to the pharmacy and buy some? When it comes to stomach pain, there's a bunch of different meds, isn't there? If we don't know the cause, we should just buy him any old medicine. He's holding his stomach, maybe he's just constipated? You buy him some medicine for that, maybe that'll calm him down? Won't kill him if we're wrong either. Actually, most stomach pain meds probably wouldn't kill him either. Don't decide something like that on your own. It might be an appendicitis or something. My uncle suddenly got it a while ago. That was pretty scary. One of the captors leaned over beside the boy who was bent over in agony. I feel sorry for the kid. His whole body's covered in sweat. Is it your stomach? Does it hurt? Hey, if it hurts, you shouldn't clutch it. It'll make it worse. Realizing his captors were concerned about his stomach, he inadvertently let his shirt right up, letting the scar from his surgery come into view. His vision was still obscured with the packing tape, so he couldn't see the reaction to his scar, but his captors were taken aback, and judging from their momentary silence, he obtained the reaction he was looking for. Hey, this is bad. This scar, it's not that old. Does that boy have a fever? Is there a thermometer around it? No way we have one. But that's a lot of sweat. Yeah, his forehead feels pretty hot, I think. I heard under prolonged stress, old wounds can be aggravated. What do we do? Are you saying medicine won't work? Why is this working at all? This is so silly. We don't know what surgery the scar was from, but in any case, it's bad. In the worst case, it could be fatal. Okay, I want you just to imagine someone's like, oh, my stomach's sore. They're like, and you're like, okay. Now he's holding his stomach, man. And then you see a scar, and you're like, naturally, this means he's dying from an old wound. And it's like, is the wound bleeding? Internally or otherwise? Alright, this is really bad. Maybe we should have a doctor take a look. At this rate, there's a chance he might suddenly die on us. Shiki Inukai, with those few words, knew the situation was progressing exactly as he envisioned it, and snickering to himself, pressed his act further. He didn't even need to see to know his captors were panicked and were running around like chickens with their head cut off to this troublesome turn of events. Did we take him to the clinic? Oh, that's no good. Probably better if the doctor came here. Dr. Iri, you mean? Is that okay? Will that be alright? It'd be worse if anything happened to the hostage. Nothing we can do. It's an emergency. One of the captors hurriedly left in the car. Another of the men, completely shaken up, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. It looked like they were bringing a doctor. As long as the doctor wasn't an accomplice, that doctor was his goal. He was someone he should seek help from. His captors were probably wary of that happening. They'd be prepared for it. This had all come down to luck. Some of the sweat emerging from his brow was from nervousness. And at that moment, the packing tape covering his eyes and ears was torn off. The burning light he was seeing for the first time in several days hurt his eyes. After that, the gag that made it hard for him to breathe was also removed. Are you right, kid? We're bringing a doctor to you right now. Just hold on for a bit. Ugh. Ah! The doctor's coming. And how's he going to ask for help, and how's he going to get away from his captors? A plethora of thoughts began swirling through his mind. I think you know this already, but don't say anything unnecessary to the doctor. We don't want to hurt you or anything. You understand that, right? Shiki Inukai nodded while feigning pain and obedience. His expectations and the enemy's expectations. Bear in mind that Dr. Iri is from Hinamizawa, so this is literally useless. You know, the village where, like, people randomly get possessed by a fucking ghost. like, if you try to do anything, he'll just be like, oh yes. Should I also stab you or some shit? Like, he'll make thinly veiled threats. I don't trust that shit. Alright, I wouldn't trust Dr. Iri, but then again, this guy has no information about that, right? This kid doesn't know anything about the previous 4 stories, which also take place in the future, so there's no way for him to know this. Whether they doubted he was faking his illness or not, he knew what his goal was, and he would try to stop it. His stomach contracted from the stress of this gambit, making it seem like his stomach really was starting to hurt. No, it really was, but there's no reason to panic. If he failed with this approach to the doctor, there was nothing to lose. If there was something to lose, it was this method of faking illness to get in touch with the doctor. If he could think of another method from here on out, it wasn't much. But at present, this is the easiest and most dramatic way he could think of. The more he thought about it, the more it looked like it was his first and last gambit. Eventually, he heard the sound of a car approaching once again, and the sound of the doors being hurriedly opened and shut. The sounds of several footsteps approaching. A young man in a white medical coat. He acknowledged the boy. A suspicious look showed itself on his face. Who is he? He's not one of the kids from the village, is he? The captors didn't respond. From the looks of it, the young doctor realized this was an abnormal situation. One of the captors talked threateningly. It's got nothing to do with you, Doc. For a while, the doctor and the captors silently glared at one another. However, unable to stand the sight of the boy suffering, the doctor, as the captors hoped, didn't press any further. I'm concerned about this old surgical scar. What kind of operation was it? We don't know. I should really bring him back to the clinic. Doc, we can't do that. The doctor said he wanted to bring the boy back to the clinic, but the captors silently shook their heads at the notion. It was a fleeting hope, but only natural the captors would refuse. At that moment, his eyes met with the doctor's. Seeing the boy's painful state was abnormal, the doctor suspected it was a serious illness. Are you alright? I'm a doctor. When was this scar from? Last year, during the winter, from an accident. An accident? I see. This is a problem. He couldn't let the doctor figure out he was faking it here. He had to somehow figure out some way to keep this going and tell the doctor he was being confined and needed help. I'm gonna touch the affected area, okay? If it hurts, tell me where. Ah! Seeing was extremely painful. The doctor crossed his arms and began to ponder. He had to somehow get himself to a hospital. To Toshiki Inukai, faking this illness was the performance of a lifetime. it's like I can imagine. I'm just trying to imagine Dr. Eerie like touches him and he's like, ah, I'm dying. Ah. Dr. Eerie, like I imagine he's overdoing it. So, good work, everyone. I know it's hot, but please do your best. If you catch anybody illegally dumping, please contact someone immediately. We'll act quickly. Thanks for your cooperation, Ooishi. Please. A gap wide enough for a single car was opened up in the barricade. Ooishi, showing his gratitude, or perhaps a threatening attitude with a short beep on the horn, rolled the car forward through the checkpoint. This time my appearance was the very embodiment of the word suspicious. A baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses. On top of that, even though it was sweltering, I was wearing a hoodie. Any respectable police officer would be loath not to stop me for questioning. I'd meant to be overcautious knowing full well my face was known, but it might have already been too late for that to be any use. Using that as an excuse, I doffed the unbearably hot hoodie and windbreaker, ripped off the mask and hat, and threw them in the seat behind me. Oh my, is that okay? With a cheap disguise like this, they probably figured it out anyways. So, I don't know. Our main character get already smarter? I don't know. We swapped main characters, so it's hard to tell, but he seems to be about the same. Which is funny, because our new main character is a police officer. Our new main character is a police officer with, like, the Department of Public Safety from Tokyo, investigating the dam incident and the kidnapping. But so far, it feels like he's very similar. He's still the rookie, but then again, they give you the rookie character as a viewpoint in novels like this, so that you can... They have a reason to explain everything to you. If you're an expert and you're like, huh, I know how that works, it's less... It seems a little bit more contrived sometimes. And they use this as part of their world building to explain things to you, right? It's like, oh, you don't know how this works, do you? Well, here's how it's going to go. Alright, Ooishi probably thinking about that my unexpected behavior was funny, continued to laugh. The beautiful and pristine scenery of Hinamizawa spread out before me. The village itself would have been quite beautiful if it weren't for the complicated circumstances surrounding it at the moment. But he took his mask off, so anyone can see his face in the car now. I would absolutely love to take Yuki here for a drive one day, and come to think of it, I didn't get a chance to call her last night. I played around with the idea in my head, but in reality this village wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. That's right, everyone, including Rika, is in on the kidnapping. I had heard everything at the prefectural headquarters. At the heart of this village, the intelligence network that was the three families, due to blood ties and relationships, worked unbelievably well and were incredibly well organized. Their net spread over not just around Hinamizawa itself, but encapsulated the entirety of the city of Shishibone as well. When I heard that, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I didn't take it completely seriously. Yeah, it's fucking serious, dude. You're trying to uproot, like, a major Yakuza family. Like, you're gonna have a hard... You pull this, if you get even a single thread and it's not a fucking fake line, it's gonna take a inhuman effort to uproot it, considering they haven't uprooted them for shit, and it's the 2020s. How's it going, Akai? Nice to see you again. How could a local organization get out in the boonies? Out in the boonies have something so grandiose? Grandiose? Grandiose, right? Okay. I couldn't deny that somewhere in the back of my mind I'd ridiculed the thought. But not only were they really threatening the ministry, but they had demonstrated they had a complete grasp on our movements, which were supposed to be top secret. They were almost like the secret police that control a small Eastern European country, like in a spy novel. No, you just haven't noticed. You haven't noticed any of the clues or obvious statements, like literally being part of the Yakuza, to know like how much shit you're in and how unsuccessful you're going to be getting anything done in the 80s. The villagers here wouldn't bat an eye at getting their hands dirty if it meant fighting the damn project. Yeah, visual novel protagonists are never smart. They just have some main character traits, like being better at fighting or being the center of a story. Yeah. You heard something like that at the prefectural headquarters. Now that you mention it, when I first arrived, Ooishi said this place is a war zone, right? The residents of this village were at the same time freedom fighters, although by definition they were no different than guerrillas or militia. They weren't protected by the Geneva Convention, but they also didn't have to adhere to those rules either. This place was more of a quagmire than any legitimate battlefield. A secret war was unfolding. This seems like some pretty ridiculous police. It seems like a pretty ridiculous opinion from the police, as nobody's actually been stabbed yet. Nobody's actually been stabbed or shot yet. But they're gonna run around with their knife-proof vest and 20 buddies, right? I mean, they even have an actual excuse here. They're taking on the Yakuza. But he's not approaching it like it's the Yakuza either. I don't know. Feels weird. Our character has main character syndrome, so he's actually he's theoretically the good cop, the brave cop. You know, the one who would actually try to be action hero. Actually try to be the action hero instead of, cowering outside of school for an hour while there's 20 of you and one active shooter or something like that. Sorry, 30. I should be more specific. I could drive along because Ooishi was with me. Yep. If I was to leave this car for even something as trivial as looking for a vending machine, there's a chance I wouldn't return. Even though a single shot hadn't been fired, this was a battlefield. The reason why bullets weren't flying was simply because it's hard for a civilian to obtain a gun in Japan. They're probably just equipped with weapons other than guns that are easier to obtain. That's why Ooishi is wearing the stab-proof vest, right? Akasaka-san, are you nervous? The fact that I was apprehensive was of course picked up on by Ooishi. If he already figured it out, there was no point trying to deny or hide it. Of course I am. We're headed to the heart of the enemy territory alone, aren't we? I'm worried if something unlikely happens with just the two of us. Something unlikely? It'll be alright. Isn't everyone in this village our enemy? If everyone gets their story straight, they could just murder someone in broad daylight. There wouldn't be any evidence. I'm asking about something like that. This was what the ironclad rule of not barging into a Yakuza office alone was about. See? They have an actual rule. You don't confront the Yakuza by yourself. It's like, oh look, they reference that. You never confront the Yakuza. If there wasn't a neutral party involved, the area wasn't bound by the laws of common sense. If something happened, you wouldn't be able to prove it, and there wasn't anyone who would take your side. Yep. If you try to do anything to the Yakuza, they'll just kill you and deny it. So you never get any evidence. It's the definition of poking the bear. Amusing, isn't it? The police are supposed to be the bear. Or the law. I've left word we're headed towards the Hinamizawa area. In the worst case, well, we've also got a radio. I know you're scared, Akasaka, but it's not that easy to pull off the perfect crime. Well, that doesn't mean we can let our guard down either. What do you mean it's not that easy? If you have, like, 5 people, it's insanely easy. They're going to a remote village, they kill them, pour bleach on the whole area so there's no evidence. Alright. And they're like, well, nobody killed him. What are you gonna do? Accuse every single person in a town of 1,000 people of murder? Good luck. You were more relaxed the last time we came up here together, weren't you? Laughing it off, Ooishi thumped his chest and grinned as if to say I could depend on him. Well, if it gets really iffy, this comes with having the badge. Ooishi made a motion by sticking out his index finger. It was undoubtedly the image of a gun. Will it be of any use? If you're not afraid of dealing with the aftermath after you shoot, it's actually very reassuring. An officer's gun was only for show. If you really wanted to fire it, there were a lot of stipulations, and you had to be prepared for a long probationary period afterwards. That definitely wasn't worth it, so even if an officer did unholster his gun, there wasn't one who actually wanted to pull the trigger. Akasaka, are you carrying one? A piece. Well, yeah. Ever fired it? I have. For training, though. Well, I guess that'd be true. Well, have you, Ooishi? Me? No, there's no way. What's this? I thought he was laughing at me because he had experience. Two of us laughed together. I've also never pointed the barrel at anybody. I looked down the barrel of the gun a few times, though. Just being made to look down the barrel like that is enough to shorten your lifespan by about 3 years. Even he'd never fired a gun before. You couldn't begin to compare the amount of experience he had over me. I mean, I could. Neither of you have shot a gun. He has several years on you, though. At a time like this, I could only marvel again at how reliable Ooishi seemed. Come to think of it, I didn't want to come this way in the middle of the day. There's no way for a car to get through other than here. Akasaka, just in case, put on the mask. Hide your face, please. What's the matter? Can you not hear it because the aircon's too loud? I'll turn it off. Try opening the window. When I opened the window, a blast of hot air blew inside, and then I could hear angry yelling from far away. At that moment, the forest gave way on either side and our view expanded suddenly. We're going into the dam area? There could be seen the dam construction grounds. The front line for the village. We're absolutely opposed to the construction of the dam. The crackling blare of someone's voice sounded over an enormous loudspeaker. The more I learn about dam projects, the more I'm convinced that the dam projects should absolutely go through. I feel like by the end of this visual novel, if a government ever wants a construction project, I'm literally just gonna tell someone to go fuck themselves. It's like, oh yeah, 3,000-year-old artifacts, the lost city of Atlantis, fuck the whole city, keep it buried. El Dorado, Elda don't need it. We can just leave this stuff buried, drown it in water. I feel like that's the thesis of this whole series, is like, if the government wants to improve infrastructure, you let them improve infrastructure and fuck all the people. This town is cursed. This town is super cursed. Alright, the roar of the angry voices continued to rumble. The incredible volume had become a veritable sound cannon spewing out its ammunition. That's how loudspeakers go. The prefabricated site office was surrounded by 2 sets of high fences laced with barbed wire, and lined in front of those fences were riot police in their vehicles. Surrounding it all were the villagers. They howled out their protests against the dam as a single entity. We saw in Forget the Chapter, please. What happens if you protect El Dorado? Oh, true. Agartha definitely drowned that whole... Well, there was only like 3 people in that. Anyway. It was like 5 whole people in El Dorado, and all of them were using magic to create armies of people that weren't real. They just kind of they're entities made from magic. Constructs made of magic, so they don't count as living people. Yep. Definitely was okay with ruining El Dorado in Fate. May as well ruin it. May as well ruin it in wherever this is. Hinamizawa, Chichibone Prefecture. Did they do an anime on El Dorado recently? No clue. Oh no, there's too many of them. There's not many. No, not too many. Oh, not too many of them today. We're in luck. That's not too many. Yeah, when there's a lot, the crowd reaches as far as the road. You wouldn't even be able to inch forward in a car. At first, due to their intensity, it looked to me there was more than there actually was, but upon closer inspection, there's maybe 50, 70 of them. With the 6 or 7 propaganda trucks lined up, looked like they belonged to a band of thugs was a strange enough sight. The villagers were also wearing helmets and bandanas, covering their faces with masks, adding to the oddity of it all. The propaganda trucks, after braying their chorus, had their volume turned up even higher and began flooding the area with sutras. To say the noise was violent wouldn't be an understatement. From this distance, it was still this loud. The glass in the office was probably rattling from the noise. They can't do anything but take it. Those Riot Squad guys, every one of them are wearing earplugs, but they're still having their hearing damage. Poor SOBs. Can't you do something about it with noise ordinance law? Our prefecture doesn't have any laws regarding noise ordinance. Also, those are sutras, right? We can't regulate religious activities. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. You can't regulate religious stuff, so they can blare Buddhist sutras and mantras to get around all noise ordinance laws. That seems dubious, but I guess, sure. Yeah. I feel like you should be able to regulate how... I feel like you should reasonably be expected to be protected from excessive involuntary hearing loss. I mean, if you go to a concert, you should probably... If you go to a concert, you're doing that at your own risk. But I feel like as a police officer, you shouldn't be obligated to suffer from hearing loss due to someone, like, putting a loudspeaker right up against your head and screaming into it. That's probably a little bit excessive and should count as assault, but what do I know? Those guys are pretty smart. Is what I think Ooishi said. Actually, no matter how tightly the window was shut, the booming sound of the sutras still filled the car. I couldn't even hear what Ooishi, who was sitting next to me, was saying. As the car approached the line of propaganda trucks, the blare became difficult to bear. It wasn't enough to plug my ears with my fingers. I had to hold my head to keep my skull from splitting apart. If I had seen this terrifying energy sooner, I would have probably understood what the village was like much quicker. Now I knew they wouldn't blink an eye at sacrificing themselves to protect their hometown. So goddamn noisy. Shut up! My head throbbed and felt like it was gonna split apart. My eardrums crackled, and on top of it, I felt like I was gonna throw up. Meanwhile, Ooishi is just like, yep, deal with it. What a Chad. With the road crowded with the throng of squatters, the propaganda trucks, and the riot police vehicles, it was in no way easy to get by. Even if you tried to shoo the squatters with a car horn, they were also wearing earplugs, oblivious to the noises from the outside world, and wouldn't easily move. The car could only inch forward at a snail's pace. Even then, the car eventually got through, starting to leave the tumultuous noise behind. Hey, the bald guy that was playing mahjong with us tonight, remember him? I remember there was an older person who didn't exactly mince words. The guy that Ooishi called Old Man. Yeah, there was someone like that. You see, he's the foreman of the main construction site. He's probably holed up in that prefab building trying to work while irritated out of his mind. Poor fella. You wouldn't be able to stand it if it's like that every day. Yeah. There's no end to the number of people who can't handle it and quit. Every time that happens, their wages go up, so I won't say it's in vain. Even having to deal with all the noise and hostility, they still made a wage that Ooishi found enviable. Damn, these guys. Can they hear or can't they? A group of squatters were in the way of the car. Ooishi, sufficiently annoyed, laid into the horn, but there's no indication they're moving anytime soon. In this din, could they not even hear a car horn, or did they hear it, and were they being malicious? If there were riot police nearby, they would have made people move, but it's happened. There just weren't any people around here. Jeez, wait a minute. Ooishi opened up the door. The hot air and even more heated roar of the crowd spilled into the car. Ooishi said something as he grinned. I couldn't hear what it was, though. He was getting him to move. Something like that? He stepped out of the car and closed the door. The din faded slightly. I stared blankly as Ooishi headed towards the group and started some sort of conversation. Maybe we'd find the minister's grandson at Takatsudo? At the very least, I wanted to find him there. Find him and slip the cursed bonds of this incomprehensible village. I could only pray. And at that moment, a shadow was cast over me. Somebody was standing right outside the passenger side door, blocking the sunlight. I spun around, looked up, and realized who the backlit figure was. Rika? Huh. It was the girl. It was Rika Furude. The girl stared down at me with a bored look in her eyes. I didn't have any justification for it, but I felt like I'd been found by somebody I shouldn't be found by. To fill the silence, I raised my hand as I mouthed a meek greeting. Of course, there's no way she heard my voice in this clamor, but even then she should have seen me wave my hand in greeting. And in spite of that, she simply stared at me with a cold look on her face. At that moment, the noise and heat spread throughout the car once again. Ooishi returned to the driver's seat. Taking a look, the group were blocking the road started to move aside while glaring our way. Sorry to keep you waiting, should we go? Well, now he's double been found out. Ooishi registered the figure of the girl behind me. One of the villagers came over and picked her up in a manner of, it's dangerous, so get away. It was then she whispered one or two words, but I couldn't hear one of it. I couldn't hear any of it. Well, let's go. I'm gonna gun it, okay? Of course, that's still within the speed limit. As if to shake off the still audible angry voices, Ooishi floored the gas. Along with the roar and din and the shouting, the villagers and the girl quickly disappeared behind us. As soon as we're through here, we're in Takatsudo. Are you okay if we end up getting into a firefight? Don't be fumbling with the safety at the last moment, you hear? Ooishi laughed mockingly again. I was more concerned with what the girl said, as I was vaguely bothered by it. What was she trying to say with that apathetic and candid expression? Suppose it's normal if you're nervous from here on out, but if you don't deal with it, there's a chance you might do something rash. There's no longer a way to confirm what the girl had tried to tell me. But I mean, she's in on the kidnapping and the murder. I don't know what, and she's gonna be in on the murder. I don't know what you expect to hear. At least we, with our additional knowledge, know that the foreman's going to be brutally murdered either tonight or tomorrow, I think. It might have been that the girl who warned me to go back to Tokyo again, or else was saying to me, who is here now, ignoring that warning. Even though I warned you, what a fool. I had the feeling she said something like that. Yeah. Remember, Rika is 100%, at the time of the previous arcs, Rika was 100% aware of all the murders and who was causing them. So, she's probably aware of them again. She's probably aware of what's going on in the next couple days here too, right? If you were to call Hinamizawa a rather lonely village, then Takatsudo was outright desolate. For your average, everyday city boy like me, I just couldn't understand why anyone would force themselves to live here. There were signs that people had, but they were all covered in dust or enveloped in ivy, indicating it was abandoned. People really lived in a place like this, didn't they? Well, it was a long time ago. A remote place like this is pretty rough for old folk to live. I thought this is where old people wanted to retire to. The country. Isn't that always what old people want to do? They want to move to a small town? Out in the country? Do nothing but stare across the lake and fish or some shit? I swear to God, I feel like so many old people are like really boring. Or at least have like boring ambitions. Like, okay. I mean, why not just move to like middle of nowhere then? just get a job in the middle of nowhere, or like okay. Seems like a weird choice to do a lot of work so that it's like, it's one thing to be like, I want to live in a nice town and like go on vacation every year or something like that. You know, that's one thing. But if it's like, I want to live somewhere really cheap, it's like, okay, well, that's fine. I don't get why, like, I don't get why you want to like live out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why you would like work really hard so that you could live in the middle of nowhere when you could just live in the middle of nowhere anyway. Like, plenty of people live in small towns. If you want to live in a small town in the middle of nowhere, you could just do that, right? Wholesome life and living in nature. I mean, I guess. I just don't get why you'd need like a ton of money for that, I guess. Like, why move to a large city and work so that you can go out of the city rather than like living in the city, and then maybe you move out of the city after you're retired while you're living in the city because the city is expensive, but not because you like hate the city or something. I don't know. Maybe I just like cities and civilization. Time to not prevent forest fires. I mean, a forest fire in Hinamizawa village might actually help. Might actually reduce the number of demonic possessions. But, I don't feel like there is just cause for drowning everybody at this point in the timeline. At this point in the timeline, there isn't just cause to do this. If we were like 5 years on and there was like half of everyone was fucking murdered by ghosts or murdered by the villagers, I mean, maybe if we knew more. Like at this point, we don't know if they're still killing people, right? They might be murdering people in Okinomiya. Because all the murders recently for like all the big Oyashiro-sama, quote-unquote Oyashiro-sama murders were done in the village, but they might have killed people in town and just not been connected to Oyashiro-sama. Or they might have been kidnapping people from all over and like doing their ritual torture murder deal. We don't know enough about the time before this year. We only know that the murders kicked off this year. Spoilers, there's no demonic possessions. Yeah, the demonic possession part's fairly dubious, honestly. It's more like there's a lot of fucking evil people in the village. You're not joking? I mean, I'm not expecting there to actually be demonic possessions. I think most of the people involved are actually killers, from what we've seen. Because, like, we know for a fact that the leading family is in control of a Yakuza is in control of one of the main families of the Yakuza, and they kill shit tons of people all the time, so that's not surprising. Like, Yakuza kidnapping people, murdering people, okay, like, that's not like something crazy or unheard of. Especially if this is, like, the center of their power base. And they basically own the whole town and have control over every store in it, like, okay, sure. Remember, they're also running a protection racket on here and Okinomiya. So, they're set up in this town. I don't think there's like too much ambiguity. Even the first time it was pretty clear it was fairly clear there weren't ghosts. The first and second time it didn't seem like there were ghosts. Didn't seem like, it was like at the end they'd kind of give us like a thing that made us question it, but like all the actual actions were clearly in the physical realm. Like, the Yakuza have a drug that makes people tear out their own throats and commit suicide. Sure, okay. Like, we've seen the people, we've seen the needle, we've seen the nice men in white coats delivering it. The second one was, like, mostly explicable until, like, the last 2 seconds. The third one was basically entirely explainable. Although the gas explosion was, like, a little bit dubious. But that's how they've been doing it. Just making you question a little bit, where it seems like it could be supernatural. Younger people probably want to try living in a more suitable place. If there's nobody left to take the reins, all that gets left is this. Even if I had no personal attachment to the village, seeing the disused buildings made me feel a little sentimental. It seemed Ooishi also felt the same way. Was the wallet found over here? The person who found it must have a good reason to come out to this desolate place. Yeah, there's some villagers who have a field out in the mountains here. They pass by here in the morning and evenings. The villagers who work the fields walk by here every day? No way. They probably go as far as they can by car. So in the early mornings and evenings they pass by here and just happen to find a single wallet? No, they probably did. Where did they say they found it? In a thicket further ahead. The person who found the wallet just happened to have some stomach cramps and was planning on using the thicket to do his business, it seems. Uh-huh. A likely explanation. Yeah, I went to a ghost town and was gonna take a shit in some in a thicket, and I just found this kidnapped kid's wallet. Convenient. It was here he happened to find it, probably hoping there was some toilet paper in there. Ah, yes. Money. Good toilet paper. Everything about that story seems hilariously convenient. Right from the discovery of the wallet, I can't shake the feeling something's up. Yeah, it's obviously like all lies. I expressed the feeling I had from the start of the day, quite frankly. It seemed too good to be true, but it was unwavering proof. It was too perfect, sickeningly so. That was my feeling. You might be onto something by saying it's all a little too perfect. Meaning? Truth is, I heard a little something from a friend of mine in the 4th Division. Where Oryu Sonozaki is referenced. What? Where Oryu Sonozaki referenced the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. She referenced it? It's been several days since the grandson's been kidnapped. Poor boy. It'd be nice if they let him go soon. Seems old Oryu muttered something like that while on her veranda. And that little musing was conveyed to the various people working deep behind the scenes at the Sonozaki family. Right, I heard something earlier from Sato, the informant. When Oryu had a concern, somebody in the family would be considerate. So in essence, she gave the order to release the hostage? I see it that way. The wallet being conveniently discovered was just a ploy to hand the boy over to the police. Why would they release him? Well, there's only one reason why someone would release a hostage, isn't there? They reached a deal. That means the minister proposed to halt the Hinamizawa Dam project. The dam project will definitely go away. At that moment, those words the girl said resurfaced in the back of my mind. You know, you could probably take, well, you couldn't take, you need more concrete proof, right? That is a vague reference and being in the know. I don't think that's enough evidence to convict someone of conspiracy, to kidnap though, right? Or kidnapping, right? If you're like, you'll find the boy tomorrow. Or like, it's already been decided that there won't be anything going on. I don't think that's enough information. In the end, it was turning out exactly as she proclaimed. The young girl knew the circumstances. She knew everything about this kidnapping incident from beginning to end. Akasaka. The girl unexpectedly called my name. What is it? Go back to Tokyo. Before long, you'll woefully regret coming to this village. That would be an incredibly pathetic thing to see, so I thought I'd warn you right now. Why would I come to regret it? Stop whining. When you tried crossing the road when the don't walk sign was up, did your parents finish explaining why it was dangerous before pulling you back to the sidewalk? I like how this is like the least subtle threat that you're gonna be fucking murdered. A like 12-year-old comes up to you who's like working with the Yakuza and she's like, you should go back to Tokyo. Hello? What? How'd you know I'm from Tokyo? Before long you'll regret coming to this village. It would be incredibly pathetic to see, so I thought I'd warn you. But why? Oh, when you're remember this is like someone who's literally in single. This is like 9 to 12 years old. When you tried crossing the road when the don't walk sign was up, did your parents explain why it was dangerous? They'd pull you back right away, wouldn't they? She's literally saying she's gonna fucking have you murdered. They'd pull you back before explaining why it was dangerous, wouldn't they? In other words, it's something like that. The girl who knew everything from start to finish warned me in the beginning to go back to Tokyo. Akasaka is such a code. You know, thinking this way, I actually don't feel as bad that she died in the last route and the previous route. I was originally feeling bad for her because it seemed like she was trying to do the right thing, but the fact that she's consistently aware of all the murders going on, she's aware of the murders and the kidnappings and is working with them, I don't feel as bad for her. A coward. Alright. We'll find the boy, but what happens afterwards will probably be a problem. How? Well, that's something an officer like me can't figure out. Do you know a girl named Rika? What I said was such a non sequitur. Ooishi sat in sudden silence for a minute. Of course I know her. She's the only daughter of the Furude, one of the 3 families. What kind of girl is she? Well, this is an unexpected name. Oh, I'm a bit surprised. Does public safety think the Faraday family smells fishy and want to keep an eye on them? Share some of that information, please. No, it's not like that. It's something that caught my attention. Hmm? Well, whatever. Wouldn't do not to answer a question for a friend I've sat at the same table with. I'm honored you'd called me a friend. So that little lady is something of a village mascot. She's beloved by everyone in the village. Some of the older folk worship her, especially. Worship? I don't know much about it. Girls born in the Faraday have a sacred implication, it seems. One of the local believes in Hinamizawa, the living incarnation of Oyashiro or something. Or so the story goes. Oyashiro. Now that you mentioned, I saw he's written on some of the Alliance banners. What is he exactly? It's the name of the guardian deity. They believe it'll exact punishment on those who do ill towards the village. Well, if there was such a convenient god around, the guys of the dam would have long since been done in by divine justice. Luckily, nothing happened to anybody just yet. The grandson of the minister who traveled with the village as a result of his anger was, what do they call it again? Oh right, Oni Kikuchi. The minister's grandson was demoned away. That would probably be how the script is being written. I see. It probably would turn into something like that. Divine punishment wrought by Oyashiro. And the culprit's the living incarnation of Oyashiro, that girl? You and I didn't know what I was saying. The fact that Ooishi laughed it off was a bit of a relief. But his joyous laughter was so infectious I began to laugh like an idiot as well. Oh, this is unusual. Ooishi, after laying into the horn several times, rolled the window down and leaned out, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. It was a car headed the opposite way. Until now, he hadn't run into any other cars except our own. And of all places, it was at this location. It seemed Ooishi knew the owner. The other car chirped its horn and came to a stop. Dr. Eerie, good afternoon. The other car's window rolled down slowly, revealing a young man in a white overcoat. He was about my age, or perhaps a bit older. But you really can't judge somebody by their appearance. Why, if it isn't Ooishi, good afternoon. Fancy meeting you here. That's my line, Doctor. I never thought I'd see you here. What happened? Oh, nothing. Just a little house call. Really? Was it an emergency? Nothing quite that serious, thankfully. It's always for the best when the patient gets better without the need of medical care. I'd like to point out that he was visiting the hostage. So if he's saying nothing important, then it's like, Erie's with the village. Good to know. I'll take my leave here. If I don't get back quickly, my staff will be angry with me. Being the head of a clinic must be tough. Well, take care. Cool. The young doctor named Eerie, after gesturing his farewell, drove forth and soon disappeared around a corner. So, I'm assuming, because we've had a perspective shift this chapter from the kidnapped victim who called out Eerie and is in this remote area, that Eerie just left the call with the kid, which means Dr. Eerie is unwilling to provide information. So either he knows the kid's a hostage and isn't telling, or he somehow wasn't told. A little bit confused about it either way. But I'm gonna given how many people in the village are in on murder, kidnapping conspiracies, let's assume that he's in on it. Okay. I feel like at this point you don't make the positive assumptions in this. You don't make positive assumptions. Like a positive assumption would be like he's an innocent doctor, he didn't realize the situation. It's like no, he probably realized it. He probably realized and is in on it. The minute someone does something suspicious, at this point it's just guilty. Ooishi drove forwards, but soon came to a stop again. He pulled out a worn mapbook from the dash. Alright, this is where he figures out something's fishy, right? His expression didn't have an ounce of irreverence. He was perfectly serious. What is it? The clinic shouldn't be making any house calls today. It must have been quite an emergency, or otherwise a patient with some extenuating circumstances. Ooishi flipped through the pages, opening up the map to Takatsudo. After that, he took a look around and started to figure out what our current location was. Are you saying that emergency is suspicious? Didn't I say? There's hardly anyone who lives in the area. The road we're on right now is here. Dr. Eerie came from this direction. Having no sense of our surroundings, I didn't digest anything about the place he was indicated on the map. We're headed towards where the wallet was found. By the way, that's over here. But see? If you're headed to one of the few residences, it's the wrong road. Meaning Eerie came from a direction where there's no residence. You know, wouldn't that be enough to make him suspicious? Like he's collaborating with the Yakuza? He's so sus. He's so sus for not reporting that. As long as somebody working in the fields between these mountains didn't collapse. But if someone collapses and you call a doctor, normally you'd bring them back with you for a more detailed examination. And just now, Eerie said it was nothing serious. And it didn't seem like anybody else was in the car with him. Ooishi didn't say any more than that. I also said nothing more. The doctor just now examined a patient. Close by, only that. The noisy radio had gone quiet. The sky just as suddenly turned a depressive color. As Ooishi mused it might start to rain, a torrential downpour started, as though trying not to disappoint him. Eventually, he stopped the car. Alright, they're gonna find him, right? Or they're gonna be, like, right behind him? So the only sounds to break the silence are the percussion of the rain on the roof and the soft squeak of the windshield wipers, of course, right? Yep. Let's do this a bit hush-hush, shall we? Saying in a quiet voice, he exited the car without an umbrella, careful not to make noise. Ooishi leaned over, indicating the other side of the thicket. He was pointing to a prefabricated shed and a car parked beside it. The car looked obviously well cared for. It wasn't a vehicle that had been left there for several years. What's that shed? It contains equipment used by the Forestry Service. I heard they don't go near it except during the summertime. Does that car belong to someone from the service then? Don't know. Doesn't look like an official vehicle though. Ooishi was playing it cool, but my nervousness was increasing. Just in case. Saying that, Ooishi returned to the car. I thought he was going to get an umbrella, but he grabbed the onboard radio. Hello, this is Ooishi. Do you read? Greetings. This is Okonomiya Police Station. Ooishi-san, we read you loud and clear. I'm currently in front of the Forestry Service equipment shed. Not the one in the direction of Yaoguchi, the one in Takatsudo. If you head there from Hinamizawa. Affirmative, copy. There are some suspicious people in this shed, proceeding to investigate. If you don't hear back from me in 5 minutes, get in touch with the local police substation and have them send a cruiser as soon as possible. If you would, please. Understood. Well then, shall we take a look? Alright. Oh, that's the building. Since he was first confined here, he'd heard the sound of a car multiple times, so he just thought the far-off sound was more the same. However, the reaction from his captors was, until now, something he hadn't seen before. They jumped, reacting as if shocked by a jolt of electricity and pressed against the window, cautiously peering outside. They stopped. Somebody from the Forestry Service? Oh, this is bad. No, it looks like a cop to me. One of the captors lifted the boy by his collar and pressed a blade against his cheek. Kid, keep quiet for a bit. I think you noticed, but if you try and shout, there'll be problems. Yoshiki Inukai was sure the doctor reported things to the police. He felt relief when he thought he was safe, but not imagining his captors would resort to violence when they were cornered, his anxiety remained unabated. What do we do? Gotta buy time. Take the kid and slip out the back. We'll meet back here when the heat's off. One of the perpetrators grabbed the boy by the collar and forced him to stand. Of course, Toshiki Inukai tried to resist by feigning that his illness had been aggravated by this rough treatment, but his captors paid no heed. Bang, bang, bang. The door was violently banged on. Excuse me, hello? Bang, 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 bang. The door was banged on again. Toshiki Inukai hesitated for a moment to respond to that voice by yelling. However, while he was being indecisive, his mouth was covered, taking that option away from him. Good job, Toshiki. Now the police don't know there's any trouble in here. Alright, the leader of the captors waved at the other to go. The younger perpetrator nodded in response while keeping the boy's mouth covered, and started heading towards the back door. Hello, you need something? How do you do? This is the police. Would you mind opening the door? This sudden rain has us in a bit of trouble. I'll just open... The moment the lock was undone, Ooishi forced the door open, and with a gleam of menace in his eyes, he pushed the man aside as he stepped into the room. Then, in the small and empty room, he was able to quickly discern the boy he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. I heard this was an equipment shed for the Forestry Service, but there's nothing here at all. There was nothing inside the room that would indicate this was an equipment shed. There was only a mountain of blankets indicating someone was sleeping here alongside empty food packets strewn about. It's been empty for some time now. I've never seen no equipment stored around here. But this is their building, isn't it? Are you from the Forestry Service? How about you, police? The two of them glared at each other suspiciously, but both Ooishi and the man steadfastly refused to reveal their identity before the other did. The man, judging from the sharp look in Uishi's eyes, realized it would be hard to talk his way out of this one. Vagrancy, if nothing else. He's illegally squatting, right? He's a vagrant. Alright. No matter what he said, the most time he could buy would probably only be a few dozen seconds. Only the sound of rain filled this tense moment. Just then they heard the sound of a struggle from far off. Ooishi had a hunch. There's no doubt Akasaka, who was circling around back, ran into the perpetrators who were trying to slip away. As Ooishi thought that the man in front of him reached that conclusion a moment faster, he swung into an attack that was more intended to obscure his vision than actually hit him in the face. Seizing his opportunity, the man aimed a kick at Uishi's groin without any hesitation. But he missed his mark and was unable to land that critical blow. The man, trying to pin Ooishi, grabbed him by the base of his neck with both hands and fiercely tried to push him down. But as Ooishi fell backwards, as if kicking him upwards, he dug his foot into the man's midsection. With that leg acting as a fulcrum, he was flung by the falling Ooishi as if by a circle throw. The two of them squared off in the pouring rain. Ooh, a new apartment? Congratulations. A new place? I hope it has air conditioning and a dishwasher. Or at least that it doesn't face the sun. Isn't this interesting? You wanna go? Ooishi, as if trying to cheer himself on, grinned smugly. He then stood up while brushing the mud off himself. Even though he countered the assault, Ooishi was getting up rather awkwardly compared to the man who he threw, who swiftly sprang to his feet. Looks like your age is catching up with you, Ooishi, and this is 5 years before the events of the main story. Ooishi-san, hurry! Akasaga's voice rang out in the distance. Judging from the distress, he was engaged in a fight and wanted Ooishi to reconvene with him. But his hands were full as well. Akasaka, sorry, can you wait a bit? The man raised both fists into a stance that hinted at him being acquainted with karate or some other form of martial art. Of course, Ooishi, as an officer of the law, was decently versed in judo. He also had the moxie to have been through his fair share of fights before. Because of that, he could tell the man in front of him was a bit better at fighting than he was. Damn it. Yeah, when you're moving, you gotta contact your ISP and let them know you're moving. And ideally, they hook you up in the first couple days. Damn it, thinking this is gonna be easy because the order came from the Sonozaki to release the hostage had been a mistake. You're pretty good. It's been a while since I got this worked up. Ooishi played off the situation like it was no sweat. His opponent, seeing his attitude, took that to mean Ooishi wasn't going to go down easily. He wildly charged forward, attempting to grab him. If the man managed a successful clinch from his low stance, Ooishi would be tackled to the ground and mounted. It was something you saw often when children fought, but it was a really bad position since you couldn't do much once you were in it. Ooishi, responding to that move, lowered his stance to collide with the man head-on. The moment they clashed, he grabbed the man's lapel. As he yanked upwards, he smashed into the man's solar plexus with the elbow with the same arm. Alright. So theoretically, if you hit someone hard enough in their solar plexus, the bottom tip of their sternum breaks off and they die over the course of several hours. Let's see if that's the case for Ooishi. I don't think he's that fortunate. It was a move from Ooishi's own personal brand of brawling judo. He then grabbed on with his free hand and attempted to throw his opponent with both hands. But the man lowered his center of gravity and swung his arms in a large arc, entwining them with Ooishi's. Not only that, but he forced both of Ooishi's elbows to the outside. And Ooishi, now in an awkward position, was in danger of exposing his back with his hands still clutching the man's chest. This guy practiced Aikido or grappling or some shit, didn't he? Ooishi, cursing the fact his fingers were twisted into the man's shirt and couldn't get away, released his grip, but he was still in the awkward position of being bent over. And to top it off, at zero range, knee? The man was able to read Ooishi's movements completely as he tried to squirm his way into a better position. And then he took the palm of his hands and swiftly clapped them over both of Ooishi's ears. Ugh. Slapping the ears in any other martial art except self-defense is forbidden. Karate and Judo don't recognize it as a legal technique, of course, because you damage someone's eardrum, pop someone's eardrums. It was a simple and dangerous attack. Ooishi raised both his hands as he tried to clutch his own ears, but before that could happen, the man wrapped his arms around his neck. His thick biceps clenched firmly around the base of Uishi's neck like a vice. I'm like still confused by the positioning here, so he grabs this guy. I'm trying to get this in my head. So He grabbed this guy by the lapels, which is like the collar of your shirt, right? He grabs him by the lapels and tries to throw him, but somehow his back is exposed. And then the guy goes to clap his ears. He tries to block, and then the man wraps his arms around Uishi's neck, which has got to be insanely hard, since that's basically giving someone a bear hug, right? His biceps clenched firmly around the base of his neck like a vice. That seems really hard to... I don't know how I would actually get a grip if someone is face to face with me and actually choke them out without, like, dislocating my shoulders. The heck would you do that? Like, I guess you could theoretically... Like, my arm doesn't have enough strength to actually... I don't think my arm has enough strength to do that. Because considering if they kept their chin down, you basically have to, like, rip their jaw off to get any progress? I don't know, it seems weird. He's, like, hugging him at neck height? I don't know, that seems weird. Wouldn't he be in the same position to do the same thing back, almost? Anyway. Seems weird, but okay. Yep. I don't get it. Alright. I don't quite get the position they're in. It seems like something that would be, like, equally disadvantageous. If he has his arms, right? Like, think of it this way. You have your arms up against someone's chest, pinned to him. How is he gonna, like, crush his neck when you have to, like, break the guy's hands at the same time? Like, you have to crush the guy's... Like, he's not got a lot... I don't think he's got that much strength there, does he? Maybe. I don't know. Seems like it'd be very difficult to do. Whatever. Like, just having the mass of the arms in your way means you have so much more work to do to choke someone out by the neck. Because you have, like... You have to somehow get, like, something around his neck. Up the front of his neck. It's like, just pressure on the back of your neck isn't gonna do anything. I don't really know how that works. Alright. Ooishi instinctively thought he was going to be killed. After all, it wasn't hard to believe a man like this, who was accustomed to fighting, could crush his opponent's neck from this position. But his opponent do that, he chose to keep his hold and force Ooishi to lose consciousness, and that's why Ooishi, at that moment, even though his face was twitching, was grinning widely. Even though his opponent had a chance to kill him, he didn't choose to. He was thinking, ah, this guy has no intention of killing me. However, even though that might be the case, the man's hold on his neck was by no means gentle, and in no time at all, Uishi's consciousness began to fade. Having the experience of being taken down countless times in judo, he was utterly resigned to the fact it was over. And Ooishi doesn't even try to stop the guy from knocking him out. Akasaka was finally recovering from the intense pain of being kicked in a rather sensitive area. He bumped into the captor carrying the boy by the back entrance. He had seen Toshiki Inukai's picture plenty of times and wasn't able to immediately ascertain if the boy was the real deal, with his mouth covered in packing tape. Although with his limited experience, it's not hard for him to panic over how to deal with the situation. The perpetrator didn't overlook this momentary lapse, and his kick landed squarely in a critical spot, with Akasaka not even having time to call for help. As the man flung the boy over his shoulder, he headed towards the front of the shed. But upon hearing Uishi's bellowing voice, he gave up on that direction and dashed off towards the forest. As if the weight of the boy slung over his shoulder wasn't even there, Akasaka was lost for a moment. Meeting up with Ooishi, who was fighting the enemy, was by far the safer option, but he couldn't just lose sight of the fleeing man. He stood up and chased after the captor. He ran through a short thicket, branches and fallen leaves crunching underfoot. The tips of branches raked and clawed, and small scratches and crumbs on his body, one after the other. Alright, come on, you can save him. He kept on stepping into puddles and mud. His shoes were soon filled with murky water. For Akasaka, traveling through this unexplored forest was, even though this was an emergency situation, extremely unpleasant. Stop! This is the police! This never works. Nobody does that. Nobody would agree to that. It's like when you're playing L.A. Noire and you're like, this is the police, put your hands up! And it's like, they're opening fire on you and you're like yelling at them to put their hands up. As he said that, he regretted it, as it was nothing but a waste of breath. There wasn't a thief in the world that would politely stop when told to by the police. To a city boy like Akasaka, running through this forest was an arduous task. However, it must have been no easy task either for the man carrying the minister's grandson, who really should be struggling. He neither gained nor lost ground in his pursuit, and Akasaka, upon realizing that, gained a bit of composure back. Just keep on chasing him. We're running in the same conditions. In fact, he's running with an awkward stride, and at more of a disadvantage. They couldn't run forever. Eventually he'd trip and fall, and as long as he's being hounded, he'll definitely stumble. And soon his wish was fulfilled. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The man who stepped in something and lost his balance was no longer able to bear the weight of the boy, dropping him. Akasaka, in all honesty, didn't care about the perpetrator at all. As long as he can ensure the safety of Shishiki, which, I mean, this guy's literally kidnapped him. You should probably immediately go to take on the villain, but let's see what he does. So if the perpetrator ran off by himself, it's perfectly acceptable, but it seemed he's important to the man as well, as he didn't choose to run away empty-handed. Akasaka didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. His first priority should be to ensure the safety of the boy, subduing his captor being far less important. Grappling with the perpetrator wasn't something he planned on, but most likely it was either do or die. And his moment of indecision proved to be fatal. The man, aiming right between, or rather for his eyes, struck out with a jab. 10 out of 10, he decided to just let the other guy, let a literal kidnapper who's been holding someone hostage for political gain, just like punch him in the face. Not wanting that, he raised both hands to shield his face. And at that moment, the man kicked at his unguarded midsection. It felt like his organs were being squeezed out of his body, but he lashed onto his opponent's leg. Oh god, what? Well, okay, this is a good plan at least. Catch your opponent's leg, push them off balance, or control the use the limb to control them. Could be an alright plan, although typically you don't want to get actually kicked. Like, twist the ankle so that he's facing the wrong way. That'd probably be like the first thing to do, right? You can typically control people fairly well if you have their leg and they don't pull it back really quickly. But his opponent doesn't hesitate one bit. Leading with his seized foot, he jumped at Akasaka, applying pressure and pushing him down. Should have twisted the ankle, like I said. Akasaka was unable to withstand that and fell, but under no circumstances was he letting the leg go. What? Okay, they fell together in a tangled heap. The man, desperate to pull his leg free, but having fallen in an awkward position, was unable to. Okay, cool, take the advantage. This is your moment, Akasaka. Swing back. The two of them rolled around on the ground, floundering, trying to gain an advantage, but Akasaka, holding onto his opponent's knee with both hands, and the opponent, who had complete freedom to move his upper body, were in completely different situations. Wait, seriously? Seriously, let go, dude. The man gained a positional advantage on Akasaka, who was still lashed onto his leg and couldn't move away, and pounded full force on his head with both fists. Dude, it's time to let go of that leg. Not only that, he found a rock nearby and started beating it against Akasaka's skull. Okay, dude, you're literally being beaten to death. Probably time to let go of that leg and defend yourself, or possibly counterattack. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Okay, he's hit you 3 times. Time to let go? The difference being hit with a fist and a rock was huge. Akasaka quickly thought of letting go of the man's leg to free his hands to protect his head. Yeah, what is the leg doing? Are you cutting off circulate? Are you, like, breaking it? If you're breaking it, maybe that's okay. Right? You break his leg in exchange for a couple blows? I don't know if that's worth it, but if nothing else, the man can't get away and chase you, and you can just run away. So, you know what? If you got a really good trick for breaking someone's leg while you have control of it, that might be okay. If he let go here, the man would get away. Come again? You're being beaten to death. If he didn't dig in here, everything would be for naught. Hello, he's literally beating you to death with a rock. You know, the classic murder, like literally, you know, Genesis, like chapter 2, Cain murders Abel with a rock. I don't know, you can't get a more basic story than Cain killing Abel. It's like the most classic murder in existence. It might even be more well known than, like, the Ides of March. Come on, man. Yeah, all he needs to do is do something with the leg. Like, twist it so the guy can't face him, which is what he should have done the second he caught his leg. Or at least twist it so the man can't do anything useful, and then use it to control him, but he didn't do that. He's just holding on to the leg, which is like terrible freaking I don't know what the fuck that move is. All I can say is don't take... As far as I can tell, simply holding onto someone's leg, if they have free reign to do whatever they want to you, is a terrible idea. Especially like this guy. He had time to like scrounge around in the dirt, grabbed a rock, and is beating him over the head. And this guy thinks he's... What is his win condition here? Like, is the guy gonna pass out if he holds onto his leg enough? Like, how tightly do you have to hold onto someone's knee in order to make them pass out? I'm pretty sure you'd have to crush their legs. Now, you could dislocate one of their... You could dislocate a limb, but he's just holding on. It doesn't say he's trying to twist it. Like, if you dislocate someone's... If you, like, dislocate someone's hip joint, that would be not only insanely painful, I bet, but also, like... Also probably disable them until they got some assistance, or at least for, like, a while, right? Like, you can pop your shoulder back into place, but that's gonna, like your shoulder's gonna be fucked up until you do that, and it's gonna hurt a whole bunch. I don't know what his strategy is, though, because he just says he's holding it. It's not like he's trying to twist. Like, he should be trying to force the joint into an awkward angle, right? Like a really awkward angle? Or just, like, I don't know, aim for the fucking knee joint. Knees aren't the strongest if you hit them from the right angle, right? But he's just holding on with two arms. I don't know what the heck he's trying to do. He's gonna save him and go back to Tokyo. The boy he's trying to save is right there. Yeah, but what does holding his leg do? If he could do that, it was probably goodbye to this freakish village. Bam, tracks him. He's been hit 6 times in the head with a rock. Dude, you need to be doing something. What's your strategy? Without looking, I could tell my forehead split open and was gushing blood. This isn't looking good to you, but I didn't let go of the man's leg. Are you twisting? Did I miss something? Like, knees are pretty easy to break from the side. If you literally just, like, step through someone's kneecap, you can more or less just break it. Or, like, dislocate the joint. Like, you can really fuck up people's knees if you just if you just stomp through the side, right? Because knees are meant to bend forward, backwards, not left, right. If you hit the wrong angle, they basically just collapse. But, you know, instead of damaging their knee joint, you just make them collapse. But that's I don't know what he's trying to do. He has 2 arms on a man's leg, while the guy is beating him over the head with a big ass rock. He's not got long to live. How could I won't let go? When the man realized no matter how much he beat me, he wasn't getting away, he used both hands to grab my throat as if to crush my windpipe. I pulled my head back as a slight form of resistance, but it was of no use. Okay, so now we've gone from holding his leg while being beaten with him to a man literally strangling us. Both of his hands are busy. What are you doing with your hands? Both of our hands are around this guy's leg, for some reason still, and he's strangling us. We're literally going to die here. The man's hands enveloped my neck and began to crush it like a vice. Okay, so you're being strangled to death. You should probably move your hands and immediately counterattack. If nothing else, break his grab. Wrap his lapels and headbutt. Something. It was less about the pain of not being able to breathe as much as it was choking so hard it felt like I was going to throw up. I felt like my stomach was going to turn itself inside out, but I could only endure it. Damn it. Wait, why are you just enduring it? Dude, you need to be, like, doing something. This guy's trying to kill you. You need to actually do something to stop him from doing this and save the kid. Like, break his chokehold? You're gonna die. I won't let go. You're holding onto his leg. What does the leg have? What value does the leg have? I'm so confused. I didn't want to be here. I want to resolve this and go back to Tokyo. God, if every cop in the fucking country was this incompetent, it'd be so easy to commit crime. If every cop in the country was this non-violent, it would be laughable. Like, you can just beat a cop to death and they'll just let you do it? Seriously? What a fucking bitch. Alright. I want to go back to Tokyo and talk to Yuki about our child. We're gonna talk about our bright future. I had no intention of losing my grip. Okay. However, it loosened a bit and the man's leg came free. Okay, the man kicked as hard as possible and I tumbled backwards. Alright. So, now you have, like, no oxygen in your brain, and he's kicking you, and was choking you. My head was spinning, I was unable to get up right away. You are by far the worst fighter I have ever seen in my entire life. Like, literally just, like, elbowing this opponent would have probably been more useful in terms of inflicting damage or driving him away than just holding onto his leg and letting him beat on you. In fact, that's usually what it looks like. You know, it's like when you watch, like, some, like, mafia movie, and the guy's, like, literally holding, he, like, places himself at his boss's feet, holding the shoe, and he's like, please have mercy, give me another chance. That's what this guy's doing. Like, I don't even understand what he's doing. Like, if I was to see this in a movie, I would assume this guy, like, if I just came into the scene, I'd assume this guy was begging for a second chance from his, like, mafia boss. Like, that's the exact vision I have, right? He's holding onto the guy's leg, the guy's kicking him now, like... That's kicking him or, like, beating him over the head? Beating him on the head or back, like... Or, like, grabs his throat, like, you could just be doing that. Oh my goodness. Alright, I couldn't even put any strength into getting up in the first place. Even so, I couldn't back down. If I let him escape, this would never come again. Just catching their scent was nothing short of a miracle. If we weren't able to get the minister's grandson back here, there wouldn't be another chance. The man tried to drag the boy to his feet, but the kid was displaying unexpected resistance, allowing me to get up unnoticed. I grasped the rock the man beat me over the head with. Alright, perfect. One blow to the back of the head. Beat him unconscious. It's my turn. Oh no, he's making noise. The rock should be able to supplement what meager strength I had left, adding more than enough to my attack. My fist wrapped around the rock, dug into the side of the man's torso. Come again. This guy literally, like, nearly bludgeoned your skull in, and you're like, I'll hit him in the side. That'll stop him. It seems like it hurt him a bit. The man rolled around for a bit, clutching his side. Wow, what a pansy. You could actually... Imagine that, like, one hit from the rock literally disabled this guy for, like, 5 seconds. Like, he got hit in the side, and he's like, it hurts, mommy, please help. Like, seriously? If our guy had literally let go of this guy's leg for 1 second and elbowed him in the face, the guy may have literally pissed his pants. Freed from the man's grip, the boy hid beneath me. Like, just imagine, the guy's strangling you to death, and you're like, I'm gonna hold on to his leg, that'll make him stop, right? Instead, he literally one blow would have stopped this guy. If he's this willing to cede to, like, pain. Shiki Inukai, right? Oh, we're gonna ignore the guy who we just hit in the side with a rock. Is he dead? Is he unconscious? The man literally tried to kill you. I've come to help you. Dude, like, grab the kid and run, or arrest the guy. Like, you have no control of the situation. Hitting someone in the side, unless you, like, literally collapse both of their lungs or shatter, like, their entire rib cage in a single blow, which would require superhuman strength, it's probably not going to incapacitate someone. Like, what one hit with a rock... I'm going to be honest. Most people aren't going to kill people with a rock to the side, with a rock to the back, unless you paralyze them. Like, this guy's still in fighting condition. What the fuck are you doing? Grab the kid and run? Or secure the opponent? Like, get him on his stomach, pull out the old handcuffs? But the crisis is still not over. That's because even though he's clutching his side, the man got up and took a fighting stance. You literally let this guy get up from the ground without... Like, you're in the middle of a life or death situation with a hostage? And your answer to, like, hitting someone... Your follow-up to hitting someone in the back isn't to grab the kid and run, or to follow up and secure the villain, but to, like, let him get up and get into a fighting stance? This guy's gotta be the worst fucking police officer in Japan. This guy's gotta be the worst police officer in Japan. This guy legit, like, the guy tried to kill him. He has every right. He should be. A sensible police officer would pull out either their baton or their gun. Like, what? This is the police who, like, willingly beat the shit out of, like, unarmed people for no reason. Or, like, gun down unarmed people. Or spray, like, hundreds of bullets into the back of a guy fleeing in a car. And you're telling me he's gonna hit this guy once and then be like, oh, you're okay, kid, right? And just watch this guy get up and attack him again? Most unbelievable police officer ever. If anything, the police officer should be like Keiichi when he was killing someone in the last game. And just, like, laughing hysterically as he beats this guy to death because he knows that the man literally tried to murder him, so he has every excuse and he's gonna get out whatever he does to this guy. Pepper spray probably wouldn't work, it's raining. It's a heavy downpour. So aerosols won't do much. Like, if you try to spray paint, like, I haven't sprayed pepper spray in the rain, but, you know, if you try to do spray paint on really humid days, it turns into projectiles easier. And if it's raining, it's going to be a bad time. Because the air is filled with water, right? There's water droplets falling through, and they're gonna hit the particles, bringing them down to the ground, vastly reducing, like, the field of the spray. Yeah, Taze. I don't know if police officers in the late 70s, I think this is 79, carry tasers. These guys did confirm they had guns though before they got on this expedition, so they have firearms. They have firearms, and I believe they probably carry. But they're police in Japan, right? So they carry a baton or some shit. If nothing else, it's been confirmed he has a gun. He has a gun, and he's a police officer. So I 100% assume he has handcuffs on his person at all times. So securing this guy should be his #1 priority, because the kid's probably okay if he's moving and resisting. Secure this villain. Get him cuffed so at least he can't fight. Then you can, like, decide whether to grab the kid and run, or, like, do whatever. Like, it's pretty straightforward, right? Yeah. The real problem might be though that the person he's chasing isn't colored. If the man was colored, he would have already been dead. Unfortunately, the man's Japanese or white, so he's hit him once and thought that was enough. I can see the man's eyes. The resentment at the pain I caused him, and the confidence he could still beat me. The man's literally confident he can still beat you because you had no follow-up. If we were to clash head on head, he might not even stop if my head were split open. Yeah, when just now you're realizing that, you should have followed up. Like, did this guy even take any courses? I swear, there are at least close quarters training. It's as part of police training, right? Like some basic combat training. And I don't mean, like, complicated martial arts. I mean what to do in a fight, like, always follow up one attack with a second attack, especially if it hits. Because you don't want your opponent to get initiative on you. Like, either you gotta stay focused on the fight until you've secured a victory. Or that means your opponent literally can't do anything, whether it's because you're sitting on them and handcuffed them, or you're able to trip them and run away so the fight ends because you've disengaged. This guy's, like, failing fighting 101. That's not even, like, any specific martial art. That's literally anything. Anything about fighting. The first thing you learn is, like, if you get in a fight, well, you probably shouldn't be in one in the first place and try to run. This guy obviously doesn't have that choice. But he does have the choice to grab the kid and book it. That would be the best call. But if he can't do that and he's got to finish the fight, you got to make sure your opponent's isn't going to attack you anymore, and he's failing that. Like, you either disengage, or you make sure you win. Those are your two answers. You can't just hit someone once and wait for them to get up and to be like, well, let's have another fair fight. I know I'm not interested in this fight, and you're possibly trying to kill me and take someone hostage, but it's okay. Get up. I want to have a good old square off, buddy. Oh well. That's what the handcuffs are for, really. Like, the handcuffs are there to close the fight. You smack him once, and then you just cuff him, and you're like, well, now you can't realistically fight. Both your hands are behind your back and restrained. All you can do is kick and run. Stop resisting. Surrender quietly. Hand the boy over. You want me to snap your neck? This guy literally just threatened to murder him. Dude. Who would listen to you now? Reinforcements are on their way. There's nowhere for you to run. Man reacted adversely to the word reinforcements because he now knew arguing like this wasn't just a waste of time but put him closer and closer to danger. Realizing that, he shifted gears almost too quickly. Let's finish this fast. How about this? He's pulling out a weapon. This is where you gotta pull out your gun. What? What the man pulled from his back pocket was of all things a gun. Speaking of guns, of course, I'm a police officer. And this is why you secure your opponent once you're in a life or death fight with them, because they'll just blow your brains out. I mean, I don't have too much respect for police officers, but even I know if someone's literally trying to beat your head in with a rock, that counts as lethal force. It's like, they've escalated to lethal force. And if they're not trying to run, then you should probably end the fight as best you can. And hey, if you want to be safe, theoretically pulling a gun and backing off is a decent choice. You can get like 10, 20, if you can get like 10, 20, if you can get like easy 20 feet on someone and have your gun out, then it's probably like a little bit suicidal for them to charge you. I mean, he doesn't actually have to shoot, right? Alright. It's not like I don't know what a gun is, but having one pointed at me was something I never experienced before. If only you were like the average cop would, well, if only his opponent was black, the average police officer would have already shot his opponent. Oh. Was it real? Of course it was. There's no way it'd be a replica in a situation like this. Put your hands behind your head and lay down quietly. Imagine losing a fight after you got the jump on someone because you decided not to follow up and they pulled a gun on you. Like, he didn't even bother checking to see if this guy had weapons. Don't get cocky, villain. I won't do anything you say. Idiot. You don't know what this is without me shooting you with it? Then shoot. Reinforcements to hear the gunshot and head right over here. Are you stupid? We're in the middle of the forest. And it's raining. They'll never hear a thing. As long as he held the gun, no matter how much I yelled, I'm at a distinct disadvantage. What do you mean disadvantage? You're on equal footing. You're wearing a vest? You're wearing a vest and have a gun in your pocket, which you, for some reason, you didn't unholster when the guy got up and said he'd end the fight instantly. Or sorry, let's read that again. Let's finish this fast. How about this? While standing like 10 feet away from him. Imagine being like, well, I wonder what he's gonna pull out. Alright. So, get behind a tree and pull out your own piece. You're in a gunfight now? I still had a fighting chance. If I'm in his shoes, instead of wasting time yelling, I'd just shoot and take the boy. That was the fastest and would suppress any sort of further resistance. But the man was demanding my surrender without having fired a shot, meaning he either didn't want to shoot or couldn't. In other words, the man in front of me was soft. If I could buy a little more time, factors that would lead to my victory were numerous. Ooishi was probably on his way, and the reinforcements were called for before coming here should already be well on their way too. Not only that, they should have contacted the local police. Without a doubt, somebody stationed in the village. He's fucked. He's fucked if he thinks the village is gonna help him. These are commissioned by the village, you dumbass. Did you forget that? These are thugs commissioned by all the people in the village to kidnap people. Damn it, do I gotta put a bullet in you to understand how dangerous this thing is? There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes. I swear, it's like a line straight out of Skyrim. There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes. I love this line. Wait. Can I turn on voices? Hold up. I need to turn on voices for 1 second. I want to hear what it sounds like. Oh, wait. It's... Okay, scroll up. Not as funny as I was hoping it would be. There's no escape. Don't add to your crimes. It needs to be like the most NPC voice ever. You know the voice where it's like, you're like, this is clearly voiced by an NPC. It's not a main character. It needs to be like that. His voice sounded too normal. At that moment, I heard the rustling of foliage and the heavy footsteps approaching. If Ooishi was coming here, it was a whole new ball game. The man couldn't have more than one gun. Ooishi, over here! I I thought time was on my side, but had failed to imagine the enemy could also have reinforcements. You could tell the man who appeared was one of the perpetrators by looking at him. What you doing? If you don't hurry, the police will get here. Stop lollygagging. Damn it. What happened to Ooishi? Ah, the chubby fellow? He's down for the count. He is? Damn it. The boy, sensitive to the impending danger, curled up behind my back. How could this be, damn it? How about you run? Run is a good plan. Your buddy ain't coming. Serves you right. Shoes on the other foot now. As I backed up against a large tree while protecting the boy, the second man also pulled a gun. Won't be saying this twice. Put your hands on your head and lie down. I refused. Bang. Bang. As I shouted in protest, blood erupted from my left shoulder and it took a few moments to register I'd been shot. I mean, I feel like you've had a full conversation with this guy. I mean, running and pulling your own gun is like a completely legitimate response to someone pulling a gun on you. You know what's also pretty legitimate? Like, not doing nothing. I mean, doing nothing works too, man, but you're not gonna live through this. In fact, the sound was more akin to the small fireworks I used to buy from the corner store as a kid, but there was no comparing the pain. It was a fear you only knew after you'd been shot. Sir, are you okay? Are you okay? The boy in his confusion tugged at my clothes, agitating the wound further. I wanted to put on a bold face and reassure him, but my voice was hoarse and had the opposite effect. I'm alright. I've already called for backup. There'll be a full squad here soon. A full squad? I mean, one cop car isn't gonna do shit. These guys are, like, clearly already beat you and Ooishi. It'll be quicker to put one through your head before the cops here. But the family says no needless killing. Look, he just confirmed that the Sonozakis are behind this. The whole fucking village hired 2 people to kidnap people. This should be like the most... It should be like a really easy hire. I'm taking it easy on you. Don't mess with me or I ain't holding back. This is bad. It was very bad. The second man was a completely different beast than the first. He had no signs of indecisiveness or mercy. If he said he'd shoot, he'd shoot. He wasn't somebody like a man like me could buy time from. I really hated to admit it, but at that moment the image of Yuki smiling crossed my mind. I knew what that meant. I was warning myself not to throw my life away over a matter of pride. Of course, I didn't want to die here. I was just starting a new life with Yuki. I wanted to see the face of our soon-to-be-born child. Why should I risk my life for some minister's grandson when I'm at such a critical juncture in my own life? I mean, just think, this could have been avoided if he'd held the other guy at gunpoint. Like, imagine if instead he'd arrested the other guy, then this guy comes out, threatening him, and he's like, oh, okay. Pulls out his own piece. He's like, well, your last guy tried to kill me, so I'll shoot you if you get any closer. Suddenly, we're in a good position. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Instead, we went full Pepega and, like, let the other guy pull a gun on us. And got shot. Quality policing at its finest. This is some policing at its finest. This is probably why police officers need like 50 people in order to take on a single armed gunman. Remember, they literally had 30 people for over an hour outside of a school deciding to just wait until the killer at a fucking school decided to stop shooting children to go in. Imagine waiting a literal hour while people are dying because you're like, 30 of us, we couldn't possibly win against a teenage gunman who had literally bought a gun yesterday. Although they didn't know he bought it yesterday, but still. 30 on 1 is disadvantage for police officers. Like, I would have even, I would have thought like, even, maybe. 2 on 1? Sure. I don't know what the... 2 on 1? 10 on 1? I don't know how you get 30 on 1. They're basically just waiting for him to... They're just using they're just using children as bullet sponges, honestly. They're like, well, if the kids eat all of the bullets, then he can't shoot me. Seems like a good strategy. Like, great job, police officers. Probably shouldn't arm the police if they're not going to actually use their weapons on people with actual guns. So, what do I do now? Give up the boy and extend my own life? What a great idea. Everyone's life is precious. My own life was in danger. Nobody'd blame me. It hurts. If I'd known it'd be this painful, I wouldn't have played tough guy. My biggest miscalculation, though, was the sound of the gunshot was quieter than I imagined. If it was only that loud, it would be drowned out by the rain in the forest. It wasn't something somebody far away could hear. There is literally a check mark beside plead for my life, meaning we will die instantly if we click watch for an opportunity. Having already read watch for an opportunity in my own life, I know charging is suicidal and does result in your character instantly dying. Because it turns out, charging gunmen is suicidal. But wait, it's gonna get funnier. It's gonna get funnier since we've already partially read this scene. That's why we're rereading it, because I was freaking annoyed at how this scene played out. Damn it, wait, just wait. I don't want to die. I don't want to kill you. As long as you understand. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I have a wife waiting at home. I don't want to die. I won't shoot as long as you don't yell or nothing. Just quietly put your hands on your head and lie down. Will you really? Will you really? You keep your promise, right? The promise between men? Dude, this guy literally kidnaps people and murders people for a living. He's a fucking Yakuza member. You're fucking dead, dude. I will. It's a promise between men. He's literally just lining you up for an execution and gonna take the kid in 5 seconds. Keep your promise. Keep it. I'm gonna get down on the ground, okay? I'm getting down. I'll keep my promise. Stop pointing the gun at me. You're still gonna shoot me, aren't you? You wanna shoot me, don't you? When I get down on the ground, you're gonna shoot me in the back of the head, aren't you? I won't. Fine. I'll put it away. I'll put the gun away. It's a promise between men. There. No problem, right? Right? Absolutely no complaints. Ooishi wakes up from being choked out and somehow gets the jump on a gunman. Alright. Ah! It was over in a flash. The moment he lowered his gun, Ooishi didn't let the chance slip by. He'd been assessing the situation for quite some time behind the two men. It's okay. When Ooishi charges gunmen, it works out. Since they had their guns trained on me, he didn't have a chance to jump in. Although, a smart cop would have just shot the guy because he's already shot you. Or even your average cop. Considering cops usually just kill anybody who actually hurts police officers, it seems really silly for this guy not to just kill these two, but alright. Seeing the look on Ooishi's face indicating he wanted me to create an opening, I took that role completely. He forcefully lifted the arm holding the gun. He took the gun from the man's hand in an instant. The other man, a bit slow in grasping what was happening, pointed his gun at them, but with his ally grappling with Ooishi, he couldn't pull the trigger. If that man was the one that was wrestling with Ooishi at the moment, he might have shot without hesitation. But this man wouldn't shoot. He couldn't shoot. Ooishi kicked the other man away while aiming the stolen gun with his left hand, pulled out his own. Guns akimbo, aiming at both men at the same time. I do believe that's checkmate. It was perfectly played. But heedless of the guns pointed, the men shouted scram as they scattered at full speed. And now you have now you don't have any information. It was over in an instant. You could have at least had a body if you shot the guy. The two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unfair. They literally shot they literally shot Akasaka, and this guy doesn't shoot them. Alright. Then again, these are super unrealistic cops. I actually don't believe these are real police officers. This is not in any way like any police officer on the planet would act. The two running away without putting up a fight was honestly unexpected. Ooishi clicking his tongue in admonishment slipped both guns into his pants pockets. Those guys know their stuff. What do you mean? We should go back so they can't get their car. An officer won't fire at someone who's fleeing. I want to keep my pension here. Ooishi and I grinned at each other. Are you Toshiki Inukai-kun? Grandson of the Minister of Construction, Inukai? Yes, it's gonna be a major incident. We probably only cut the tail off the lizard, though. Ooishi smiled amusedly. The fact that the Onigamichi Guardians, or rather the Sonozaki behind them, were pulling the strings was apparent, but proving it wouldn't be easy. And with apologies to Ooishi, this incident was unlikely to go public. If it caused an uproar, it would obviously lead to the minister losing his office. HQ, while having decided doing so is in the national interest, this would probably be cleaned up quietly. It might be a rough way of saying it, but this was born in the shadows and would die in the shadows. And as a result, the dam will get cancelled because literally no one will point out the fact that they were able to clearly just decide what happens by taking hostages. Good plan, guys. We should probably already understood the implications behind this incident. So, the solution in Japan, if you want to accomplish anything, is just to take a minister or their son hostage. As they'll gleefully negotiate and do whatever you want. Because we know that the minister canceled it and has been acting entirely under their control. And they won't try and resume it, so... Today I learned all I have to do to accomplish my goals is take hostages. For the time being, let's cordon off the area, since it seems one of them still has a gun. And we know this without actually having read it in this section, because that's exactly what happened in the last 3 games. And so if the last 3 literal games told us that, I'm assuming this one's going to tell us the dam project isn't going forward, and the Minister of Construction personally canceled it. For the time being, let's cordon off the area, since it seems like one of them still has a gun. After that, let's get Uka to safety and get you to the hospital. As the tension of the situation faded, the pain from the gunshot wound blossomed once again. My forehead was also stinging painfully and grew hot enough to start a fire. Thinking that the tension caused me to sweat, I wiped my forehead, but what came off was a large amount of blood. I realized my shirt had been stained bright crimson from the blood flowing from my head. Head wounds bleed a lot, as I recall, so it's not necessarily, like, really bad. It's just, like, small scrapes on the head bleed like crazy. I turned around. The boy was safe and sound. Without a doubt. There would probably be an investigation on the men who ran, but that was for another day. Trump tried to hold the Senate hostage, and Putin holds half of Africa's food hostage. True. He's also holding Europe's oil and gas hostage too, right? Because he's A, only supplying Hungary with gas and oil, and B, is fighting a war in Ukraine, which is literally the other source of gas, I believe. In fact, if I recall correctly, eastern Ukraine and off the southern coast of Ukraine are their oil reserves and gas reserves, respectively. I think I recall that from information at the start of the war. So he literally captured he's currently in possession of both of the high-value resource nodes in Ukraine. He's also holding nuclear power plants. Well, I think one of them was defunct already. Like Chernobyl isn't going to be doing shit. There'd be an investigation on the men who ran. That's from it. I believe Ukraine also already swapped over to using European power, using the European power network instead of their own. So in theory, as long as the lines to Poland don't get cut, they're probably okay. They're probably okay for power from the west. They're okay for getting power unless half of Poland goes down too. There'd be an investigation, but that was for another day. I mean, you have no information on the men other than their faces, so good luck, dude. It would have been really nice if you'd, say, cuffed one of them so they couldn't run away, or actually done something with the leg you grabbed, like snap it so he couldn't run. At this point, I could safely say we cleared the major hurdle of securing the boy's safety. As soon as I recognized that, it felt like the lights in my head were hit by a power failure. My knees buckled underneath me, the ground there feeling as soft as a cloud. It didn't feel unpleasant, even as I was covered in rain-soaked mud. Ooishi came closer, asking if I was okay, but somehow I couldn't tell. I turned off the switch to the last light in my head. Exhaustion enveloped me. Sleep. Something softer than any blanket wrapped around me. He managed to turn what could have been a pretty useful catch, catching one person and freeing someone, into losing both of them and almost dying. A very kind person. How kind? Very kind, apparently. Okay, new tips. A very kind person. This should be... Patients admitted to the hospital can only accept calls at fixed times. Is this from Yuki's perspective? That's why she wouldn't be receiving a call from him today. Definitely Yuki. Yesterday she teased him that he got lonely easily, so he might have struggled with the idea of calling her sooner. That was much easier to imagine rather than that he might be too busy to call, because he's just that type of person. Yuki, whispering that, smiled to herself. The announcement that visiting hours were over played over the hospital intercom along with some music. She exchanged pleasantries with the family of the patient that was staying in the same room as her. Probably eager for his mother to be discharged, their small child was wearing a beaming smile. That child's mother was pregnant in the bed next to mine with what may be their new brother or sister. They were probably ready to burst with expectations, dreams, and worries of having a new sibling. The joys of a growing family. Bathing in those warm feelings, I stroked my own belly, which had grown quite large. I talked with him about how many children we wanted to have. We talked about how if we had 3, it would certainly be lively. However, there was the inescapable worry of whether I'd be able to handle giving birth that many times. There isn't a mother out there who would hate to give birth because of that worry, though. Yuki, smiling as she said that to herself, gently stroked her stomach. The Metropolitan Public Safety Division. The place where that man's sense of justice had led him. That person was actually a very gentle, fragile person. He didn't talk about specifics, but I didn't think he was suited for the assignment he was on right now. As long as he said he was going to try his best, I'd watch over him warmly. Your father, you see, is a very hard worker, you know? Yuki seemed to be enjoying herself as she talked to her own belly. At that moment, Yuki became concentrated, concerned about something, and looked out the window. It used to be this time, long ago. She remembered when she was little around this time in the countryside where her grandmother lived. The higurashi would fill the air with a chorus. It was the middle of Tokyo, and I can hear them still. Unlike the countryside, you couldn't hear the song at the higurashi. Suddenly, you can't hear them. But for some reason at that moment, Yuki felt she wanted to hear that song. I believe it's a cursed song. I believe it's a cursed tune, so let's, I'm gonna disagree with her. Now, apparently there's the sprite in one of the old Mion tips. Let's see. Phone call with Yuki, opening remarks. Pick in the trunk. Must be this one. Let's see. Young Mion apparently has a new spray. I'm trying to see. I think it was... in this version. I think that's this version. This is the console remake. Let's see. For you to recover this quickly, your age and breath repressed. At this rate, you'll be kicking after a couple hundred more years, or you? The young doctor in his medical coat said that as he undid the blood pressure cuff from the arm of the old woman tucked away in her futon. Does she not look exactly the same? You're a very good physician, Dr. Erie. If a persistent old fire like me doesn't hurry up and die, I'll just be in the way of you young folk. Well, I got news for you. There's not a lot of young people in Japan. The old lady Oryu laughed faintly with a broad smile on her face, and then turning towards the sliding door, she called out in a strong voice. Is Shimiko or Taiko there? Bring some tea for Dr. Erie. The sound of rushed footsteps from the hallway drew closer until finally the door slid smoothly open. What it revealed was a young girl. It looked like the old lady's granddaughter. Oh shit, she does have a new sprite. Interesting. So for the remake, she actually has the same sprite as normal. But for the console version, they did in fact include a younger version with an alternative outfit. She's wearing like a pullover hoodie and a skirt. Because I left with it. Do you need something? Mion, make some barley tea for Dr. Erie. Okay, got it. You want some too, Granny? Or would black tea be better? Want lots of milk and sugar? I'll measure it out myself. You don't have to put any in. Just bring the sugar jar and some milk when you bring the tea. Geke. The girl named Mion, after giving a rather uninterested response to her taskmaster of her grandmother, returned to the hallway. Pour the doctor's tea in cups for the guests. And make sure you bring a coaster too. Oh, be sure to dry the inside of the glass, okay? Yeah, you're such a fussy pants. Why would you need to dry... Oh, why would the outside of the glass need drying? Would they not be clean already? A tired voice wafted a reply from down the hallway. The apathetic tone of voice was far from unusual. The old lady let a Wry smile slip across her face as she chided the girl. Girl just won't learn. Nothing I ever scold her about sticks. How now, Oryu? You don't have to say that. Mion's doing her best in her own way, even though she's so young. Her mother was the same way. Couldn't teach her anything. The apple doesn't fall from the tree. Fall far from the tree. So her mother's mother must be exactly the same, no? The old lady burst out laughing. Her expression showed she hadn't taken the comment the wrong way. Dr. Eerie, I'm sorry. Could you open the doors for me? So, interesting thing. This is from the previous chapter. If it was from this chapter, this would be Dr. Eerie reporting. But since this is from the previous chapter, it seems a little bit more innocuous. Still, it's very possible that he was given orders to give the hint to the police exactly where the boy was. Could you open the doors for me? It seems there's a nice cool breeze outside. The cool chirping of the Higurashi at some point started leaking through the gap of the doorway. Yuri stood up and opened the door a bit. After all, he's the personal physician of one of the leaders of a major Yakuza family. There's no way he's not aware of that, right? A refreshing breeze pushed out the stale air that had built up in the room. It's gotten fairly hot during the day, but evenings are still rather cool, aren't they? Downright almost chilly last night. Yeah, those types of mornings and evenings are another one of Hinamizawa's fine points. Iri replied with a smile as he returned to sit on the cushion beside the old lady. And then the two of them, for a while, soaked in the voices of the Higurashi. I'm gonna try and live to 100. Till the business with the dam's proper finished, oh, it's the lady. Okay, I ain't kicking the bucket just yet. Get the government to withdraw a decision they've already made, the difficult thing to do. The way this country does things is like turning a millstone. A heavy one at that. A millstone? Don't you know? A millstone. Iri quickly affirmed, of course, he knew what the old lady was talking about, for he knew full well Oryu didn't like having her stories interrupted. This millstone, see, can grind anything to a pulp. It's rather impressive. See, it doesn't turn that easy. It's a rather heavy millstone. Lots of people have to put work in unison to get it to even budge. It's that type of millstone. Iri pursed his lips, listening quietly to what she was saying. Eventually, Mion returns with some tea laid out on a tray. Seeing that Oryu was talking in a good mood, she quietly knelt down and laid out the sets for the barley and black tea, careful not to interrupt. That's why when it gets going, it's not that easy to stop. Do I think the young Mion sprite's better than the new Mion sprite? I kind of like the art style of the remake more than the console version's art style. So, but I do like the new sprite. The fact that they added extra sets of sprites in the console version is a little bit surprising, because I would have thought they would at least matched them in number of sprites, even if they didn't fix the art. Because I think the console remake's newer, right? That's why you have to use a mod to get it installed, because it has new visuals over the old ones. Because the muddy backgrounds are from the original game. So I assume the PC version is the oldest, but apparently they're still releasing stuff, and the console already has all the stuff out, so it's kind of weird. Like, they're doing a remake with less assets and worse assets. It seems kind of weird. Like, they're doing a remake, but they remove assets. Like, usually when you do a remake, you add features. You'll add new backgrounds, so you'll add new or more sprites. And in this case, it seems like they cut out their new sprite. They cut out the optional new backgrounds, and they cut out the extra sprites from the console remake. Maybe fans didn't like the new sprites? Is there hold up. This is the standard Mion sprite. She's even in her school outfit here, as you can see. So the original version has Mion in her normal sprite. The console version has a new young Mion sprite, and the remake has the default Mion's casual sprite. Yeah, I wonder why they removed those. Right. Everybody hates that, so everyone keeps pushing it along without rest. talking about friction, right? I get what you're saying. In other words, if there's some sort of mistake and the millstone stops turning, to get it turning takes a great deal of power, more or less. Certainly, to get a project suspended going again takes quite a lot of work. It's a millstone that isn't easily stopped, but once it's stopped, it'll never turn again. It's that kind of millstone. It'd be nice if there's some way to get it to stop, wouldn't it? When Iri responded with that, Mion and the old lady sunk into silence. Iri, instinctively thinking he said something rude, searched in a small panic for the words to correct himself. But it wasn't the result of rude words. For what crept across Mion and the old lady's faces were contemptuous smiles. I don't know why, if the government gets taken hostage by, literally one random person, why after getting the hostage release, they wouldn't just, tell them to go fuck themselves. But the government is exceptionally incompetent in many matters, as apparently it's incompetent in Japan, too. The atmosphere surrounding Iri froze, leaving him flabbergasted. Thinking the scornful smiles creeping across their faces were the result of a mistake of his, he could only grow afraid. Of course. If the Yakuza bosses are mad at you, you're fucking dead, buddy. It hadn't been that long at all since he was enveloped by silence. However, unable to stand it, he only let out a weak laugh. Iri's laugh eventually spread to the two of them. Not knowing exactly what they were laughing at, their laughter left a lingering chill. The only ones not laughing were the Higurashi, who continued their simple, unchanging chorus. Very interesting. There are new sprites. I got that hint, since I got that hint, I figured I may as well look at it. Check out the sprite that you can only see probably for that scene, since there aren't a lot of flashback scenes. Alright, that was my first time losing consciousness. You often hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed, but this was my first time actually experiencing it. Hello? I'm surprised you didn't poison him. Are you okay? Realizing I was awake, a young doctor called out to me. I didn't intend to respond, but it seems my body language told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had been treated. My sense of pain returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all throughout all of me. Don't try to get up. Just stay lying down, please. It seems you took quite a few blows to the head. I want you to stay rested so we can monitor your condition for at least the next 24 hours. Where's this? This is my clinic. Oh boy. Pleased to meet you. My name's Iri. Yeah, we met before in the car when you pretended that the hostage wasn't actually a hostage. I remember this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier. Is there somebody here? He should probably be arrested for conspiring to kidnap. He came directly from that direction. Literally nobody lives there. He was visiting a patient, presumably the kid, who was fake. If they could get the kid to admit that the doctor was there, they could quite easily accuse him of conspiring to kidnap, or at least kidnapping, because he was aiding and abetting people holding someone hostage, and didn't report it to the police when they were literally right in front of him. Is someone there? Where's Ooishi? I'll call him over. There's no smoking inside the clinic. I had him smoke outside. Iri left the room to call Ooishi. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold, and the pouring rain had stopped, with the voices of the Higurashi heralding their cooling temperature. I felt that the tone of the Higurashi's voice was comforting. Eventually I could hear the heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Uishi's. The fog enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality, and what had happened since then? What happened to the boy? What about the reinforcements from Tokyo? The door to the room flew open, allowing Dr. Iri and Ooishi to enter. Alright, we're on these sprites. I kind of like these sprites better. No serious damage, is there? I can't promise that. I assessed the wound to his head was dangerous the moment I saw it. Got it. I want to have a little chat alone with him for a bit. Would you mind? Yeah, go ahead. Call me if anything happens. Ooishi, after basically forcing Dr. Iri outside, shut the door. How are you feeling? I did something I'm not used to, so I'm pretty banged up all over. Ooishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the bed. Were the perpetrators arrested? Heavens, no. Unfortunately, no. They probably already fled the prefecture or are being hidden by the villagers. Well, we won't let them get away. What about the minister's grandson? They're taking care of him at the station. Your colleagues from Tokyo are rather insistent nothing can be recorded. Shige's-chan doesn't like that too much. The kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was probably being kept under wraps. How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, how it would be covered up, treated like it never happened, would be handled by the brass. If this case ended without the nation going into an uproar, then our job had been done. The possibility the minister had negotiated with perpetrators couldn't be ruled out. But something like that was no longer my concern. My role in this case was over. Sorry for the trouble. You must think public safety is a rather unseemly place, don't you? No. We all work on the government's dime. Ooishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against him, but now that feeling was gone completely. It'd be more convenient for us if this case was handled properly instead of being hidden away. If that happened, we'd be able to have something to go with the Sonozaki family with, since they were behind it all. Well, if we just start poking around, we'll get all sorts of pressure put on us, though. What a mess. Are you going to continue the fight against the Sonozakis again after this? Nah. There's all sorts of dark rumors around them, but it's not like I have a personal grudge. It'd be wise to not step on any toes here. Ooishi laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh along. Oh, right. There's word at the station from the prefecture police. Your colleagues arrived at Nagoya and are driving up here now. You've got your battle scars, you're being recalled to Tokyo, apparently. That's how it's shaken up. Good job. Your work in Okonomiya is safely over. I was being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words. I'm deeply thankful for your cooperation, Ooishi-san. It seems the collaboration fee I paid you didn't go to waste. I kinda meant that as a joke, though. Ooishi took out his wallet and casually pulled out several large bills, jamming them into the breast pocket of my shirt. This isn't a refund on the collaboration, you hear? It's me gifting you a little spending money. Booze around here is pretty good. Use this to buy yourself a little souvenir. He flashed me a grin. If your injuries turn out to not be too serious, call me before you head back to Tokyo, will you? The old man in Sato said they'd like to sit at a table with you again. Oh my, I can't refuse that. No tricks this time. Just plain old fun. They always say that. This world's done for if an active officer can cheat that blatantly. Not often we meet someone who's more than a match for us. It's too bad you're going back to Tokyo. When I heard the words going back to Tokyo from Ooishi, I was reminded that I was relieved from my duties. Soon Yuki would be giving birth. It might still be possible to attend the delivery I'd at one time given up on. When I thought that the pain from my injuries was trivial, I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yuki at once. Can you pretend your injuries are more serious and hang around Okonomiya for a bit? I can introduce you to a few nice places. Of course, I won't make you pay for everything. Terribly sorry, I'll have to take a rain check on that. My wife's due to give birth any day now. I want to hurry back home. Oh my, I didn't know that. Oh, you shouldn't be hanging around here. You have to hurry back home. For a while after that, Ooishi asked all sorts of questions about her, teasing and bantering with me. Well then, how do you feel? Think you can get up? It's not so bad thanks to you. I can get up and walk no problem. I stood up and shuffled around for a bit, which seemed to amuse Ooishi. Nah, I just thought you might not feel comfortable at a hospital in Hinamizawa. Dr. Uri said he wanted you to stay overnight, but we still haven't caught the perpetrators. For the time being, this is enemy territory for you after all. Are you saying this hospital isn't safe? Well, Uri is somebody who's well regarded in the community. I don't think anything will happen while you're here, but I'm more worried about your mental health. I relaxed, but things have progressed this far, but it was exactly as Ooishi had said. When I realized this was enemy territory, I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. The only thing left for me to do was leaving. The chance I would come to harm was logically fairly low, but that didn't mean I was completely safe. Right, if I'm just gonna be lying down, doing it in a hotel bed won't be all that different. Right, I also think that's for the best. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the clock over his shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I could call Yuki were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible I'd soon be back at her side. I want to call Yuki at the hospital. Is there a public phone in the lobby? You newlyweds are all like this. If I recall correctly, there's one by the register. I'll be waiting here, so go ahead. Ooishi, laughing while saying he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette, even though he was in a hospital room. Appreciative of how considerate he was, I set out to the lobby to find the phone. The lobby was a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. I thought this hospital was too grand for a village like this, but of course it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yuki was admitted to. Running in a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. There was no one else in the lobby. It might have been the evening, but there was nobody at the desk. Well, this might actually be lucky for me. I wasn't planning on having a conversation to feel guilty about, but it'd be embarrassing having someone listen to the conversation between us. Taking a quick look, I found the payphone. Digging in my pockets, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling Tokyo from here, so I'd burn through this fairly quickly. I picked out the receiver and inserted a coin. Payphones. And then dialed the number for Yuki's hospital, which I had completely memorized at this point. Click, click, click. The number for Yuki's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it inevitably took some time. It's a rotary payphone. Fun times. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but currently any time was precious. However, I felt something was strange as I was dialing the number. I don't know how I put it, but it was as if the receiver was too quiet. The unique white noise from the telephone line wasn't there. Somehow I felt I wasn't getting feedback from the phone, and without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver to try again. The coin popped out from the turn slot. I reinserted and began dialing once again, but the receiver was dead silent. What's this? Is it disconnected? While I was wasting time like this, the amount I had to spend talking with Yuki shrunk. I began to feel needlessly impatient. Excuse me. I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. There was an immediate response, and a man who seemed like a pharmacist came over. Yeah, how can I help you? Pardon me, this phone seems to be acting strange. Could you take a look at it? The man came over and tried testing various things the receiver pressed to his ear. Come to think of it, this is someone who worked at the hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about phones, neither would he. Huh? What's this? The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed. What the heck is that? Well, this is a dilly of a pickle. Can't do anything with this until someone from the phone company comes and fixes it. If you're looking for a phone, do you want to use the one in the office? I didn't want the people in the hospital office around when I was talking. Is there another phone close by? Let's see. If you leave here and follow the road, you'll come out to the shopping district. I think there's a smoke shop on the corner around there. If you head that way, you should be able to find one soon enough. I was dressed in a hospital gown, wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I wasn't dressed to be wandering outside, but that's where the impetuousness of youth came in. Choosing the chance to talk with Yuki for even a little longer, I headed outside in my current state. Follow the road to the shopping district. Should be able to find one soon enough. With only 2 lines as my guide, I ran outside the gates of the hospital. With the village in the valley, when the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sparse streetlights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, knowing the time for their chorus, soon had to close, or it doubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't as easy as they'd suggested. Was it still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Was I getting further away? As I was about to be crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop on the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. My joy spurred me onwards, and just as I heard at the hospital, next to the counter of the cigarette shop was an antiquated payphone. I wasn't wearing a watch. I didn't know what time it was. It probably didn't have much left, though. But it was enough. As long as I could tell Yuki my job was done, I'd be coming home soon. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. But I felt something was strange, just like the hospital. Even after inserting the coin, the phone showed no response. I hung up the receiver and tried putting in the coin one more time. There was no response. This phone was dead. It couldn't be. Thinking that, I felt along the cord that protruded from the back of the phone. In doing that, my hands found the end of a completely severed line. What's this? Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. You know, he did specifically say he didn't want to stay in here longer than necessary, and then he immediately ran out in the middle of the night with no defenses. Alright. It seemed the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some sort, and I may be mistaken. It didn't look like much time had passed since it was cut. Excuse me, hello? Opening the booth window of the shop, I looked for someone in the dimly lit interior. Eventually, there were the sounds of someone plodding downstairs, and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding and lethargic steps for some reason only served to make me more frantic. Need some cigarettes? I need to get my husband. No, I'm not here to buy cigarettes. This phone here. Sorry, it seems this phone's broken. I was wondering if you could tell me where there's another payphone. The old lady moved her jaw up and down slowly, as if chewing on the meaning of my words. It seemed she wouldn't understand until she digested things thoroughly. The phone's broken? That's a dilly of a pickle. Try another payphone. The old lady directed me to another payphone that seemed quite a ways away. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started getting impatient, and at that moment I spotted a clock in the dim interior of the store. The minute hand was about to point straight up. Even if there was a phone there I could use, I'd only be able to tell Yuki good night with the time I had left. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was in a normal state of mind, giving up the phone today would have been the natural thought process. But at that moment, I became stubborn for some reason. Unable to use the phone in the hospital and coming out here and still being unable to use one, there's no mistaking I'd become quite insistent on using a phone. Why not ask for their phone? The store phone. Thank you very much. I'll try looking for that phone booth. Like, why not try to use the office phone? Be like, oh, your phone's damaged. Can I use the office phone real quick? It's going to be like a 2-minute call. It's like, I'm a police officer. Why not be like, I'm a police officer. I need to use the phone. Can I use the phone real quick? I'll try looking for that phone booth. Refusing her offer to draw me a Mac, I left the tobacco shop. I don't know what he's doing here. Head wounds make people act in stupid ways. But this seems somehow wrong. According to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. If I just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I'll admit I was quite steadfast about calling Yuki, but there were days when I was tired or busy when I wouldn't call her. Today my entire body was covered with injuries and I was dead tired. On top of that, there wasn't much time left. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of those days I didn't call, but having twice been foiled trying to call her, had I become hot-headed about it? Was I like a dog who was being told to stay with a piece of food dangled in my face? What am I doing? Even so, I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling sitting in the pit of my stomach. Dude, like all the phone lines have been severed and you're just doing whatever people tell you to go to the next phone that's probably going to be severed? You're probably going to get murdered. But he lives, so he's not dead. It was like that with the hospital phone, and the same one with the one at the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not severed from being frayed by long years of use. The clean cuts indicated someone took something sharp and cut them. By the way, phone cords are fairly hard to cut with a knife, right? I believe they have like metal cabling around them. They're like metal cable, right? Like for payphones? Like, it's not like you just take a knife and you're like, oops, I cut the cable. Like, you know, your phone charger, probably pretty easy to cut, right? Actually, I have one of my phone charging cables in my hands right now. They're fairly easy to cut. You could do that in like 2 seconds with a knife. I don't think, like any knife. I don't think you could actually cut like aluminum or steel covered cable in like 1 second. That would actually take a bit of work. Like, it might take a couple minutes. It's not like someone just happened to walk by or nicked it. But who and for what reason? The more I thought of it, the more uneasy I felt, so I tried to push the thought aside and decided to go to my phone. Why? I don't know. How much had I run so far? The scenery around me was no longer that of the shopping district, with residential buildings scattered around the lonely road. The surroundings had already grown dark. I was blatantly out too far for a quick phone call, but it was quite obvious I was removed from the hospital. I recalled the clock at the tobacco shop. It might almost be time. I had run for quite a bit, so my breathing had grown quite ragged. If I just wanted to hear Yuki's voice, I should have thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. I mean, I did say that, right? Just use the office phone. I don't know why he's going all this way to use a payphone. Like, not using the payphone would be a terrible idea. I regretted it a little. Hell, wasn't it about time to give up? And just when I thought that, the phone came in. I saw the light in front of me. I'd finally found it, a phone booth. It seemed the light in the phone booth had recently been changed as it shone with a vivid white light. Although in the gloom of Hinamizawa it was nothing more than a gathering spot for moths. But in any case, I'd finally found it. As my hand touched the door of the phone booth, I realized I was breathing and sweating heavily. I didn't know what time it was right now, but even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yuki. Since I spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try is out of the question. Check the phone line. Before I picked up the receiver, a wave of uneasiness washed over me. I was worried this phone cord might be severed as well. How's the cord in this phone booth? Squatting down, I followed the bundle of cables as they ran along the corner into the ceiling. At a glance, nothing out of the ordinary. I ran my fingers as far as I could along the line to check it out. The only thing they found was a thick layer of dust, nothing out of the ordinary. I wondered if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut the cords of payphones as a tasteless prank. It might be prudent to talk to Ooishi about this later. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. In any case, this one's fine, this time. They're just charging the government more money. Pulling a coin into my pocket with one hand, I picked up the receiver with the other. This time, before the receiver reached my ear, I felt something was off. The receiver was light. It was a more than slightly unpleasant feeling. It felt almost sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered at the receiver in my hand with a mixture of reluctance. The hell is this? The coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, the tip of the cable swaying in the air. It was all I could to restrain myself as a raw and unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. It was a type of dread. At that moment, I heard the crunch of somebody stepping on gravel, the light reflecting off the glass walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see the outside of the darkness. I steeled myself and stepped out of the phone booth. The inside of the booth was lit with that strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I felt a chill wash over me. And there was the silhouette of a person, a small silhouette. The long hair of that silhouette was blown about by the cool breeze. Sure, people shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. The person who told him he'd be murdered if he hung around here, so nice person. Right, Akasaka? Gee, Rika Furude said that almost like it was a warning. Did you do this to the phone cord? Her expression remained unchanged, and my question was left unanswered. In other words, no response. Regardless, I felt she affirmed my suspicions. Why would you do this? Why? The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem afraid. There's nothing that can be done. Huh? I interpreted her words as meaning that I wasn't going to be in time for calling hours at a hospital. But thinking about it would have been a strange thing to say. Why would she know something like that? I could take what she said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not even moving an inch. Almost to the point that the wind wasn't moving her long hair, there'd be the illusion time had stopped. I know very well you think I'm creepy, Akasaka. Not quite true. My denial came out like a bad piece composed for the poetry slam. But her words were right on the mark. I always felt something ominous and uncanny about her. Ever since her strange threats at the shrine. She noticed my expression was contrary to my words, seemingly laughing at the gap between them. Akasaka, coward. I'm not a coward. Being laughed at by this small child didn't sit well with me. So I said that. Even if you find another phone, it's too late. That's right. You didn't even have to say it. I was absolutely too late. I might have already missed calling hours even by the time I reached this phone. I was too late and had no option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with phones suddenly faded. Alright, with that strange obsession gone, I began to laugh at how hopeless I was. I mean, look at what I was wearing. It wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals? My head wrapped in bandages, my body soaked in sweat. It was a wonder that old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. With wanting to hear Yuki's voice as my motive, I traipsed around the town the entire evening. I didn't even know whether to call it the follies of youth or simply plain embarrassing. He's wearing just a hospital gown. His ass is out in the breeze, right? In any case, it was all I could do but laugh at myself. Now, there's nothing left for Akasaka to do tonight. Yeah, you're right, there's nothing. I'll quietly return to the hospital. That's fine. You know the way? I hope I do. She waved her little hand as I began heading back the way I came. She began following alongside me, and looking at her face I could see she wore a mischievous smile, as if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost. Is Rika's house also this way? It is. Won't your parents be mad you're walking around alone at this hour? Not really. My parents are busy today. They probably forgot about me. Even then, it's best if you head on home. They'll definitely be angry. Even if they are, it's much more interesting to walk with Akasaka, so I'm fine. She said that with a face free from worry as she looked upon me once more and smiled. And when she showed me that smile, the eerie feeling surrounded her faded. Even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. And super sus still. When we arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier, but it was much darker than before, and with the point of view changed on the return trip, I wasn't confident it was actually the corner I turned at. There's no mistake, it had to be this corner. As I began to move my feet again, she grabbed onto my clothes. Isn't Akasaka going back to the hospital? Of course, at least I intend to. Am I going the wrong way? A short moment of silence. Eventually, holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on. Two suspect with a raid. That's a suspicious raid. Hello. The suspect raid with Big Yay here? Oh my goodness. We have guests. We have guests, and even better, Big Yay's here. He knew. Did you know it was coming? Did you bring them over here? How's it going, guys? We're reading some Higurashi. We're on the 4th major arc, following Akasaka the detective. Thanks for the raid, my dude. It's great to see you. We do visual novels, Grand Order, and a little bit of whatever else I'm feeling most nights. We recently bumbled our way into saving someone. Two memes, dude. We bumbled our way into saving someone. It went moderately well, I'd say. I mean, we actually saved them. We saved them, though I don't know how competent our character was in fighting when he held someone's leg while they beat him over the head repeatedly. It was pretty funny. What were you guys recently doing?
Hello there.
The person who was running around cutting all the phone cords was you, wasn't it, Rika? You shouldn't do that anymore. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Really? Really. You tried to play dumb, but it was written all over her face. This is not the face of someone who's innocent. Get me. Huh? I love that. I love that line. It was obvious she was trying to laugh it off, but that adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. It was obvious, but you still want to forgive her. I'm gonna be a horrible father, aren't I? A truly terrible father. That momentary lapse in tension was erased by her next words. It's good they found the grandson safe and sound. Unable to respond right away, I sunk into silence. I'd already learned this from Sato's info, didn't I? This girl, no, this entire village knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb, but in the end I chose not to. With everything being known already, there's no point in me feigning ignorance. First world problems. DisplayPort to HDMI, going from like one high-tech to another high-tech. To a slightly lower tech solution. Life is difficult, my friend. Somehow. That's great. Yeah, you can go back to Tokyo. Thanks. Are your injuries bad, Akasaka? Don't know, I haven't heard anything from the doctor yet, so I don't know if they are or not. Huh? Come to think of it, I vaguely remembered being told to lie down and take it easy for 24 hours. Did that mean bed rest? But it shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. People shouldn't be cutting phone cords. the defeated Meep. You've been caught. I have no idea what you're talking about. Then I don't know what you're talking about either. As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. If somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips. Ah, yes, when in doubt, just buy a new TV. The chances of Akasaka leaving this village alive weren't very high. I don't want Akasaka to die, so I'm glad you're leaving the village alive. Rika, you knew who I was from the beginning, didn't you? She said nothing but gave a firm nod. Well then, I think you know this, but we're probably somewhat of an enemy to the people in this village, I would think. But you still gave me lots of warnings. That's right. She said it at that time. She wouldn't warn somebody she was okay with dying. She definitely said something like that. She told us to go the fuck back to Tokyo. Which was super creepy, but then again, their information network is pretty good. I mean, they have people at just about every level of society, so doesn't surprise me. I should probably be thanking you. You probably should. Probably should. I'm your savior. Saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. She said it jokingly, but the meaning behind those words was quite heavy. That was because whether I lived or died was a decision that might have been made in a place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile, it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. The Guardian's office was there. It was the stone steps leading to the Furude Shrine. When I passed by before, I was focused on finding a phone booth. I hadn't realized where I was. If I recall correctly, this shrine's Rika's house, right? Something like that. Looking at the shrine grounds, it was brightly lit and energetic voices could be heard. What was going on? There's a festival today. A festival? The best and only festival in Hinamizawa. The Watanagashi. Watanagashi. Cotton drifting? You could call it the entrail harvesting festival. That would actually be more accurate. Just knowing the name is boring. Do you want to take a look? She asked bluntly, but seeing that I looked interested, she climbed a couple steps and motioned for me to come. We're supposed to be getting bed rests, thankfully it's only a head wound, right? There aren't, like, major stitches. It might not be that bad. Motioned for me to come. I was only going to go back and sleep anyway. I had nothing else to do, so it might not be a bad idea to go with her on a detour. In the hostile territory that was this village, I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Ooishi. Even though I thought of the village like that, when I was with this girl, I forgot all about it. In any case, even without anything to back it up, I felt as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. I like how he's like, wow, it's like, you know, we were wearing stab-proof vests so we didn't get murdered in the village, but, you know, I'm just gonna go off on my own after having been seriously injured by Yakuza and not tell Ooishi, who is presumably just smoking a cigarette waiting for us to come back for a phone call. Like, that guy's gonna be like, where the fuck did you go? Like, think of it. You were stepped out of a hospital room to make a phone call in the hospital. You then went outside and several blocks down to a payphone. And then went several blocks further down to yet another payphone. And then you're now going to a festival, and Uishi's gonna be like, the fuck just happened? Alright, as long as you're with her, none of the ill will from the village will befall you. That's probably true. That's why, even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of Onikafuchi Guardian's territory. Climbing up to the grounds of the shrine, I could see there were about 3 pavilions set up with meeting tables and folding chairs. That's not too many. I thought the festival was tonight. The old folks from the village know the executives of the Guardians were already quite drunkenly sharing another round of drinks. She said it was tonight, right? There's a festival today. Only 3 pavilions? There was like 2 huge rows. I guess there's less advertising and less fear that you'll be killed if you don't show up. In this era, so it's a fairly small festival with like a bunch of old people, a handful of old people, namely village elders. I could only see it as people from the village council drinking while enjoying the evening air. At the very least, it was certainly quite different than any festival I'd ever seen. See? It's quite a boring festival, isn't it? Yeah, this certainly doesn't look like a festival. It's a festival that happens this long ago, but as you can see, it's not like it used to be. As if to chide the old folks, she said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. Yeah, it does seem fairly lackluster. 3 pavilions, a handful of old people drinking. I mean, if the alcohol is free, it's not the worst, but it does sound kind of boring. I really couldn't call this a festival anymore. It was a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival. I feel sorry for the deity being celebrated here. Give this sorry excuse for a festival 5 or 6 more years, and everyone in the village will start coming. The ceremony will also be done properly. It'll be a respectable festival again. What she said was not so much wishful thinking as it was telling of a future that had already been determined. She wasn't even predicting it, it was almost like she was simply reporting the results. That's how it sounded. Well, I mean, if you're gonna murder someone, if you're gonna start murdering people when they don't come until they're all here, that's probably gonna work. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. It was the same way she talked when she changed. While I struggled to find the words to reply to her, she wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. Not in a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Okay. Passing through a copse of pine trees, a strong and cool breeze ruffled my hair. Are we going back to the... No, I thought it was above the... or a bit further out, right? The viewing place to look down on the village. There, from that one evening, was the splendid observation platform the girl had shown me. Oh, it's the place. Okay. I thought it was higher up. As it had grown completely dark, the modest lights littered across the landscape provided a completely different type of scenery. If only we had our camera here, this would actually be a really nice shot in real life. I mean, this would look really nice, right? It's like almost it's getting really dark out. The village is only illuminated by lights. I think this could look really good. If you got a nice picture of this, a good long exposure with a camera, it could look really cool. It would look really nice. I'd lit like nighttime in Hinamizawa. It would look great, right? A small village, just a handful of lights, maybe like 20 or 30 houses dotted along a street. This looks like it could be a really nice composition. Like mountains in the background they can barely make out. That would be really cool. I can't like this. This village seems tranquil, she said with an indifferent look on her face. Just the other day, you said this village definitely wouldn't be submerged by the dam, didn't you? She didn't reply, seemingly relishing in the feeling of the wind blowing through her hair. Didn't that mean at that point in time the minister already complied with the demands? She spun around, her gaze meeting mine, but she said nothing. She spoke nothing that would either confirm or deny what I had just said. This case will probably remain shrouded in darkness. Headquarters doesn't want trouble from a scandal with the minister breaking out. There's no mistake they threatened to kill the grandchild. The negotiations were successful and the grandchild was released. The one who saved the grandson was you. I wonder about that. The discovery of that wallet had started this chain of events, and that alone was too convenient, I'd think. Ever since the moment that wallet was discovered, I felt something was off. Ooishi said it as well, that the Sonozaki family gave the order to release the hostage, meaning our manhunt was a farce to begin with. And come to think of it, I was punched, kicked, and had a gun pointed at me. I felt like they put up quite a fight, but that might have been part of a good performance. Once negotiations were successful, they couldn't just say, here you go, and return the grandson. They knew public safety realized this was a kidnapping case and were moving on it. That's why, due to the actions of public safety, the grandson was able to be rescued safely. The minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. That type of performance was necessary. I don't know about these difficult things. Likewise. Even for me, I can't make much sense of it, but there's one thing I can be certain of. Just as you said, this village won't be submerged. The dam project will soon be over. It wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying, but I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. This village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble, but that was because they were protecting their homes. I'm sure. If someone just decided by themselves I had to leave the house I was used to living in, I'd resent them as well. I mean, if you're gonna pay me and I can move to somewhere that's better, I don't really care. On top of that, it wasn't a place like mine where I happened to be renting, but a place their families had lived for generations. It might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. I might not really be qualified to criticize politics or bureaucracy, but deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind. Still, aren't you glad? Why would that be? At the very least, with this peace, we'll return to the village. Even though the minister promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it was completely scrapped. At the very least, it would take 1 or 2 more years. For the villagers to officially hear their village wasn't going to be submerged at the bottom of a dam was a ways away. But it was no mistake the promise of peace was there. It turned out, from beginning to end, that had already been decided. Just as the girl said, it was decided there wasn't really a need for me to come here in the first place. There is no need for me to come here and aggravate an unpleasant situation. All you had to do was wait until they release the hostage. Seems like a good plan. In fact, let's take that plan for every hostage situation. We'll just wait until the people who take the hostage get whatever they're looking for. And be gone. That seems like a great approach to policing. I'd never come here then. If the grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable moment. Peace? In this village? When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me, but her face remained indifferent and expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered. Even though every year from now on something bloody will occur? Rika, what are you talking about? As the wind blew about her hair, the girl, as if taking pleasure in that I was the only one who didn't know, continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while. You see, in a few years, I'll be killed. Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression, that had been cast in shadow, was smiling, amused, or resigned. You will? Why? It's an unpleasant thing, though. It's also probably been decided already. Decided? Who would decide that sort of thing? I'd like to know that as well. Turning back to face me, she showed me a resolute expression for the first time. And after staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before speaking her next words. I mean, you got disappeared by Mion, so we kind of know the answer already. Mion disappears you, and your uncle, right? Mion disappears you and, or not uncle, but the mayor. Mion disappears those two on some routes. And Satoko, right? Satoko also gets murdered by Mion. She kills a fuck ton of people. And since she also ordered the kidnapping, she's probably also had all the other people killed. In fact, I believe every single murder was uncovered in the second route, right? All of the murders were uncovered and all of them are Mion. Or Mion and Oreo. So. Who? Yeah, I wonder who. Although, I guess there are Mion's thugs that are doing the drugging as well. We don't have too much information on that, but it would seem rational to assume that. As she runs the whole town. She runs the whole town and has all the Yakuza connections, so it's probably Mion. There's a lot of people who have no regard for human life. If I tell you this, it may not change anything, but if you want to erase the specter of death, sometimes, like with the reflection of the moon on the water, all you have to do is throw a small stone. I had no idea what she was trying to say. It was just, I had to listen to every word with my body and soul, or at least that's what I thought. This day next year, June 1979, on this day, the foreman of the dam construction project will be killed. What? For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. By the foreman, did she mean that gruff old man I played mahjong with? But killed? What makes you think? She didn't answer. But she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared the dam project would go away. It wasn't the face of someone making a forecast or a prediction. It was something already decided, no. As if she already reported the results, that sort of expression. Being killed in a gruesome manner, the body will be torn apart and disposed of. Murdered and dismembered. Next year, June 1980. Satoko's parents will be pushed to their deaths. Satoko? It was the first time I heard that name, but I didn't have the courage to interrupt the girl's story. Might be an accident. An unfortunate accident. The girl smiled faintly, but she wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile, along with the lifeless look in her eyes. The year after that, this day in June 1981, my parents will be killed. The year after that, this day, June 1982, Satoko's abusive aunt will have her head split open and die. The year after that, this day, June 1983, or possibly a few days after, I will be killed. If all the deaths are preordained, then the last would also be all according to plan. But whose plan would it be? This village is full of murderers and people who have no regard for human life. Seems fair. It would be fine to believe all the deaths up to 1982 would be the work of someone in the village. It would be fine to believe all the deaths would occur at the discretion of those who control the village, yeah? That didn't explain what would happen in 1983. I mean, it does explain it. I believe Mion has you executed for like, not stealing the dam or some shit. I forget what her bullshit excuse was. Or for letting people into the fucking shrine. There is no way that the last death would fit in with anybody's plans. Mion is not a mentally stable person. They had no regard for human life. They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals. But their goals were at odds with the last death, huh? That's why the last death is unrelated to them. But that last death would definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen, right? Probably? Definitely, I say. The last death would be a merciful one, a handkerchief or something being placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness never to wake up again. Oh, you wish. That's not how it goes, buddy. We've already seen her body on multiple occasions, actually. Once she was tortured to death and thrown down a well, and the other time I think we found her body on the altar at her shrine, right? So whose plan was that? I want to live happily. That's my only wish. Surrounded by my precious friends, spending our days enjoyably. Only that. I don't wish for anything more than that. Rika, I don't want to die. The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip out in the end. So, is our continuation us arriving before the date of her death to try and save her? Eventually, we were discovered by some drunks. The girl, as well as I, were dragged back to the festivities. Because this is theoretically just an absurdly long flashback. Or maybe that's the next game, is leaving the flashback. Everyone was completely drunk, so even when they saw my head wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. You cannot be drinking alcohol, my dude. Certainly, if I was in good enough condition to slip out of the hospital, it must not be that serious. The girl was mingling with everyone, being pampered like a kitten. Her expression was adorable and nothing like the one from just before. Predicting her own death, whispering she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it was hard to believe these people were the core of an extremist resistance group. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered, so that 20-some-odd folk here should have included some of the village executives and other important people. Among those, there was no doubt that there were members at the Sonozaki family council in attendance. Meaning if we ever meet face-to-face before, there were people here who knew my identity. In a small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here, which is why, without even saying anything, it became obvious I was the outsider, but they actually seemed interested by that, asking me all sorts of questions about Tokyo, drinking, while musing on the faint relationship the city had with the villagers, and emphasizing with the rather meager environment. The confidential talks with the minister were finished, and his grandson was in police custody. Everything was over. I might not have to be put in another perilous situation, but to me, they were only adversaries because of my job. Outside of that, there's no reason I couldn't be friendly. Next time I visited, would it return to being a tranquil and beautiful place? If it happened, I might be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup, once again, filled to the brim with beer. I mean, you had a head injury. You probably really shouldn't be drinking, my dude. By the time I was able to get away, it was the middle of the night. The girl had at some point disappeared. It seems her parents told her to go home and sleep while she let out a large yawn. The old folks had no remorse for making an injured person hang out with them and told me as much as they laughed. I was just there drinking, I thought, to help a bit with cleanup. However, they refused on the grounds I was a guest. And on top of that, they had a car prepared to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot. The front door was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered around bewildered, searching for a back entrance until someone on night duty found out and let me inside. Were you this late at night? Dr. Erie was worried, you know. Sorry, I was held up by people having a festival at the shrine. Oh, they did say something about everyone in town council getting together for a drink. My condolences. Are your wounds alright? They're throbbing a bit. It's probably because of the alcohol, I think. Oh, that's right. The detective that was with you wanted to get in touch. Oops. I kept him waiting. Yeah, you literally abandoned someone who was waiting for you. I glanced at the clock. No matter how you looked at it, it's too late to call him now. I'll apologize tomorrow on the phone. I returned back to the hospital and slipped into bed with... It was still unmade from the time I went inside. Oh, that's no good. I have to turn off the lights. But my weariness cut the cord powering my body, lulling me to a deep sleep. Good night, Akasaka. May this night be a restful one. And relaxing. Mother's Diary 1 through 3. Who's this? Yuki? Let's see. New tips. Tip 1. This Yuki? I'm guessing it's his wife. I'm guessing it's this our protagonist's wife. Let's see. There was something I didn't like about my child. Oh. I first realized it when I started writing these down. Rika's? Is this Rika's mother? They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. If they aren't able to feel loved even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to, their parents are failures. This wasn't something like that, though. How do I say it? It's probably hard to express with mere words. I want my child to be average. As long as they weren't falling behind, there wasn't a need for them to excel at something. As long as they act appropriately for their age, I'd be fine with it. But my child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in her class were rummaging about in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the other kids broke the equipment for their athletics festival and were apologizing fervently, she wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat a delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that the aforementioned situations happened again. If they happened again, they'd act now in a manner befitting their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. What? Oh, they're like suddenly acting their age instead of acting bored by the situation. Okay. Were they indifferent about the field trip but happy about this one? Maybe. Why were they indifferent about that picture book but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that bento but happy about this one? Doesn't that just mean they liked the other one? The former and the latter in each situation seem the same to me. Well, field trips are different, dumbass. There's even different picture books. They like prettier colors or different compositions or strange character or funny creatures. So I think this is talking about Rika, so we'll see. There were even times I thought the former one was better. Obviously, children have terrible taste. What are you talking about? Children like children's movies, and half of those suck. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing, and I'd always respond, I don't understand my own child. We'd mope together. My husband, always the optimist, said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's. If there were some things we didn't understand, we shouldn't worry about it, and I lament his lack of urgency. One day, when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu my child would enjoy, but she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. The attitude frankly made me angry, and so I hit her on the head. Ooh, abusive. One day, when the weather was nice, the laundry I just hung up was blown by a large gust of wind, causing the line to fall down. But she, watching me trying to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there laughing. And? Is this Satoko's aunt? I don't know. The attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. I feel like she's hitting her child on the head a little bit too often. Well, it's like, okay. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. I regret the fact I've been a bad mother. Yes, terrible. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back little by little with some light interactions. Seeing her do some craft work on the veranda, I called out to her. These past 2 days have been nice and sunny. The air feels nice, doesn't it? The child, with that indifferent look on her face I hated so much, looked up at me for a moment without a word and returned to immersing herself in her craft work. Yeah, the child doesn't smile often enough. Naturally, I will attempt percussive maintenance on the child. Bonk, bonk, bonk. They aren't smiling enough. Repeat. Feels like you're probably part of this problem. My child isn't smiling enough. I'll hit them until they smile. Ah, yes, the good old beatings will continue until morale improves. Up until now, I would have hit her on the head just for that. So, to reiterate, she looked at you and then returned to working on a craft for school. She's doing school homework and you just like beat her over the head for not paying enough attention to you. Nice mother. Up until now, I would have hit her on the back of the head for that. I held myself back. Wow, what do you want? A gold star? You're like what? 50? What are you making? Is it a doll? Bravo, a gold star for not beating someone over the head for not paying enough attention to you. A weather charm. That child was using inserts from the newspaper to deftly make some weather charms. The forecast hadn't called for rain, but that child, in her own way, was praying these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Bringing out a ball of yarn, I began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the house. No good, Rika. The heads are too heavy, see? They've become reverse weather charms now. If they're like this, they'll call the rain instead of the sun. When I started taking them down, my child tugged at the hem of my shirt as if to stop me. I need them to be upside down, they're fine. But Rika, if they're upside down, they won't be a charm that calls for a sunny day, you know? I was making a charm for it to rain, they're fine. I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside me. I was trying to understand my child. I don't know what's confusing about this. She wants upside down, like, how old is she supposed to be here? I don't know. But it's like, clearly she wants it to rain. Oh, I see. The morning glories in the garden were starting to get a little wilted from all the sun, so you wanted some rain, right? The child turned to me with the expression I hated the most. I got bored of the clear weather. That's fair. I don't understand. I just can't understand that child. Who wants weather to change? What a strange person. Naturally, I must beat them until they conform with whatever I believe. A curious diary entry, to say the least. Like, okay, yeah, you do that, I guess. Everyone in this village is terrible, I swear. During the family council, she buried herself under Oryu-san's futon again. Oryu-san dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter whatever insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child's a kitten or something. Oryu dotes on her exactly like you would with a kitten. She seems jealous. As her mother, I chided her for doing that, until Oryu said 3 times it was fine. I chided her as a formality. Of course, she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Oryu-san's standing was far above mine, she behaves like that. I don't like the cunning that's unbefitting of her age, either. My child is too intelligent. Ugh, disgusting. In any case, not only Oryu, but the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day I was surprised. By chance, on the way back from some shopping, I saw her by herself just outside a candy shop. My own child suddenly grabbed a snack, opened the package right there, and started eating it. She didn't make an attempt to pay for it, and she didn't even think of looking around. It didn't even feel like she was shoplifting, more like she were brazenly eating snacks offered to her. When I began to admonish her, the elderly owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave the ridiculous excuse he said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for it, the owner refused my money. How dare he? How dare he? During that exchange, more old folk suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people all put their hands together reverently in front of my child and repeatedly voiced their respect. I was born into the Furude family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated specially. When I was still young, it was something I heard often from my grandmother. God, this woman is like a huge fucking Karen. Imagine being like, you're like, oh my goodness, my daughter didn't smile at me. I can't fucking believe it. She didn't smile at me today. It's unbelievable. I need to beat her until she does it. And then she writes in her diary the next week, she's like, my child didn't smile at me today. I didn't beat her. I'm such a good parent. And you're like, okay. Alright, if by chance the child I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of Oyashiro, and all the older folk believe she's the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, and spoil her rotten. Not only did they spoil her, they even told her she's the living incarnation of Oyashiro. She had a divine power and threw all sorts of strange folktales her way. She might have begun to believe herself she's a special existence. I went around and told everyone it wasn't good for her upbringing, so stop telling her these things, but there's no uprooting old people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen, but it ended up being that she stopped listening to me. Between the old folk in the village who doted on her and myself who only scolded her, there's no wonder who she'd listen to. No mistaking, the reason she became strange was because of the elderly villagers. There's no doubt they shoved her full of strange folk tales and superstitions when she was young. And if it wasn't for that, there's no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. My child's not normal enough. I guess naturally we just have to beat her for being like practically worshipped by everyone in town. Sure. That's her rationale. Alright. One sunny parent-teacher day. There was a cooking class. My child was making curry rice with a practiced hand. While the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives, that child was wielding hers deftly. Oh, dear God, my child isn't terrible at cooking. The teacher approached me with a smile on their face, saying it must be a result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a vague smile and a nod in response. That was because I never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Even then, she was peeling vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them into the pot in the order of which took longer to cook. For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together, happy at their child's actions. But in my case, it was different. There was no mistaking somebody taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked, it seemed she could also sew and do the laundry. My child can do chores, dear God. I never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it around the house. Be it cooking or sewing or doing the laundry. Again, that was probably because elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I was like, how dare my child learn how to do laundry? How dare she learn how to sew? God of Salt's unreal. This is the mother who we've never met the mother of her, but this is the mother of Rika Furuta, which is weird. Not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her up as the living incarnation of Oyashiro. I said as much to my husband, suggesting we keep our child away from the elderly folk. But my husband, in the position of being head priest of the shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. He took the rather uncommitted stance of saying, as long as she was being doted upon, wasn't it fine? I argued against that. She's our child. She should be a normal girl. What the elderly were expecting, her being the living incarnation of a god, was simply odd. The elderly villagers believed my child has divine powers. We would discuss the weather for the following day, but there were many times I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Rather than having clairvoyance, that was just secondhand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things she knew that she shouldn't have known were a result of the people who were trying to indoctrinate her and people who were gossiping getting together in the village. However, there certainly were days when everyone thought it was going to be sunny and that child would stubbornly not go out without an umbrella. It would occasionally rain and in the end we'd be saved. There might have been times when Rika knew of major accidents in foreign countries faster than the news did. I thought she must have heard it break over the radio or some shit. Knowing things she couldn't have. Something like that. What's in front of me right now, right? Child making curry rice when there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her to do so. That couldn't be the case. Somebody taught her, indoctrinated her. When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody indoctrinated her with something. Furuta-san's curry is splendid. I give it a gold star. Where she learned to cook, Furuta? At home? Yes, at home. The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies. All lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was the person who completely indoctrinated my child? It's my normal average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro. Oh my goodness. Paranoia. Well, that was certainly an interesting thought. Rika can see the future? Maybe? It's implying that, right? That's what it's implying. She like refuses to go out unless there's an umbrella on every day, even though it's predicting sunny. Even though there's a sunny prediction, she'll ask for an umbrella when it's gonna rain. She knows skills she can't have already, so she's seeing the future, presumably. Or by possessing the skills, she could also be in a time loop, but that doesn't make sense. Wait, does it not make sense? Time loop or future sight are the usual explanations for that. Or a special power to acquire skills. I guess that could be possible. That would be like the three things they're hinting at, which you don't really know if they're true or not, right? Quite interesting. I think we could do... I think since we didn't get as far as we wanted to last time, I think we can try and push for another chapter. Let's play catch up. Go for that extra duration. It was an accident that happened in a small village anyone would forget. One day after the tragedy came to a close, just as the scars began to heal, a young man thinks nostalgically of the little girl he once met. Okay, so presumably this is a year or more down the road? That's my first thought. We're probably in Akasaka's shoes again. And he's thinking of Rika, who's either just died or someone who got murdered on the news. Let's see how this goes. The words he didn't ask that day, the promise he couldn't fulfill, the regrets and lamentations opened the faith that was sealed and became a single hope. Oh, so is he Rika's hope? Himatsubushi. Fate isn't about happiness. There's no one who would wish for unhappiness. I'm sure there's plenty of people who would wish unhappiness on others. And guilty people usually wish for their own misery, but, you know. Midsummer 1985. Is this after Rika's death? I think she said he was dying in 84 or 83. Okay. Papa, are you there, Papa? Oh. Are you alright? Are you having a scary dream? Miyuki was sitting right next to me, and I quickly patted her head after hearing her say that. Miniyuki is what I'm thinking of. I must have had a bad dream while sleeping in the cabin. I was sweating profusely. It's nothing. I guess it's a little hot in here. I tried to wipe away the sweat while answering and looked around for a handkerchief or towel. And then a cold drop ran down my forehead. Miyuki turned to me and smiled and wiped my face with the towel she received at takeoff. Thanks, Miyuki. Of course. Thanks to her, I was able to shake off my slumber, so I got up from the aisle seat and looked out the window. I wrapped my arms around Miyuki in the window seat and listened to the noise as the land and sea blew past us before our eyes. Train? I'm guessing train. Wow, it's Hokkaido. Hokkaido's so big. And the plane gently turned... God damn it. Really? Guess it's a plane. And the plane gently turned before entering the airport runway. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around looking for Ooishi. We're in Hokkaido visiting Ooishi, which is where we were at the very start in the prologue during the first chapter, so this is... We're back in the present, as it clearly pointed out. But this is I believe this is us resuming the tale after our flashback for like the first third of the game. Yeah, about the first third of the game. I was met by a familiar gruff voice calling out to me. Akasaka-san! How many years has it been? It's been a while, hasn't it? Ooishi, it really has been a long time. Ooishi clapped his hand down on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion. Akasaka, you're looking pretty good. You look like a bona fide frontline investigator now. Well, you're looking quite dapper yourself. Your posture seems a lot better. He's literally wearing the exact same outfit despite being retired. Alright. Is the ballroom dancing paying off? You should give it a try while you're still young. You'd be a hit with the ladies. A real babe, Magnet. Ooishi had retired and moved to Sapporo, and of all things, started taking ballroom dancing lessons. I mean, everyone's got a hobby. Why not? It's classy as fuck. He apparently got really into it and decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to that hobby. I have no clue how much that would cost. He was aiming to get his instructor's qualifications before he hit 80 and live out his old age dandily. Oh? Who might this be? Ooishi suddenly turned his attention to Miyuki, who was standing idly next to him. He bent down on his knee and looked her in the face. Alright, we got Miyuki. Our cute... How old is she? Like 6 years old? She's like 5 or 6 years old. So he's cute daughter. Alright. However, my daughter was frightened and hid behind my back. That's fair. Come on, Miyuki. Please, introduce yourself properly. She was staring at Ooishi with a dubious expression while tugging at the hem of my shirt. She's usually not this shy. I wonder what's wrong. Ooishi is a suspicious individual. Sorry about that. She's usually not like this. That's what they all say. Oh, it's no problem. This old man has a scary face. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? I'm Miyuki Akasaka. I'm 7 years old. God damn it. Nice to meet you. Great, that was a good introduction. I expect no less from Akasaka-san's daughter. Ooishi gently stroked Miyuki's head and smiled as though she were his own grandchild. After seeing that, Miyuki smiled in relief. Alright, Miyuki's 7. I guess... Oh, it's apparently underinformed. It's 85? Oh, I thought it was a year early. I got my date wrong. I thought it was a year later. I keep thinking the dam manager is going to be murdered, but he's actually getting murdered the year after the incident. That's why my number was off. Okay. Afterwards, Miyuki told me she was just doing what I told her to do. Be careful around strangers. Ooishi overheard that and let out a hearty laugh, shaking his body while laughing and walking. Luckily, we aren't as bad as Rika's mother and don't just smack Miyuki every time she doesn't do whatever we want. I let myself into his car and we headed out towards the Hot Springs Inn. I'd originally intended to crash at Uishi's place, but Ooishi was quite obstinate. His home was not suitable for that, so it came to this. At the inn, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs and ate a delicious feast until we were full. Miyuki had a little of the Mongolian barbecue and was delighted with it. That sounds delicious. Mongolian barbecue. That's why you get bonked. Nothing says love like a bonk, that's why you get bonked by everyone here. Nice, nice. After our bellies were swollen, Miyuki grew sleepy and went off to bed. Ooishi and I reminisced about the time we played mahjong together in Hinamizawa. It seemed to celebrate our reunion, he'd looked for people who could play, but unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we excitedly recounted our exploits during the final manhunt. Did they end up catching those two guys? Nope. Hey, he's got a nice relaxing outfit for this. I'm gonna be honest, if they were gonna give him an outfit, I wasn't expecting this one. Look, he's even got like a ring of beads around his neck or some shit. He actually does look like he's retired, or at least on vacation here. Good job on that one. Does he have the same pattern in all outfits? It's much more reserved in the console version. I actually like this one better, though. I like this one better. It's not... the white leaves are not overwhelming, but they add a lot to it, whereas this one is indistinct. Actually, you know what? This one, this could easily be an old lady. This one, he's still an old guy. I don't know. I think I'd like more coverage of the leaves and flowers. I guess I like that much extra cover. This much seems more comprehensive. Like, it's less like they tacked some on and more like it's part of the design of the whole fabric. In the end, the search team never found him. They were probably hidden by the villagers and sent overseas or somewhere far away to lay over a bit. If I remember correctly, you grabbed one of their guns, didn't you? Learn anything from that? It was a Chinese-made military pistol. It's probably from the ones the gangs in Kansai used to smuggle in a ton of. We tried to get a match from the rifling, but it didn't show up in any of their cases. How about your end? After that, I was removed from the front lines. I don't know much. In the end, it seems like everything was settled under the veil of secrecy. Ooishi smiled wryly as he sipped his chilled drink. What happened after that sure was tough, huh? It's been 7 years now? Yeah, we held a memorial service a few days ago. I've become estranged with my father-in-law lately. It's rough getting everything ready. That must have been a lot of work. It was then the hostess brought in the extra drinks we ordered before. So what happened? Well, the bottles of beer clanked as she brought them in. We halted our conversation. What Ooishi meant when he said it must have been tough. Thinking about that was still hard, but time had healed the wound. It was the day after, when I phoned Ooishi to apologize. When I did, he immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl with the suspects, I disappeared to drink late into the night without leaving any sort of contact info, so I thought he'd be mad. However, all he said it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, and that I should come to the station as soon as possible. At the time, I could only think he must have been really pissed off. But when I arrived at the station, he said, "Seems your wife was involved in an accident." Having no idea what happened, I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yuki was staying at, and after being given the runaround several times, I was finally able to talk to someone in charge, and after mincing words for quite some time, they told me, Yuki Akasaka died in an accident. The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. Yuki's death was unbelievably abrupt, unbelievably sudden. I could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth. But Yuki's death wasn't anything like that. On the stairs, on the way to the roof, she happened to slip and fall. She happened to fall on an unfortunate place at an unfortunate angle. That was it. Wanting to blame Yuki's death on someone, I began to think it was an act of revenge by the Guardians. They killed my wife and made it look like an accident. That is too sad. I need to implement a sad meep. That was too happy of a meep. That was an energetic meep from when she was, I think, like washing her hands in this very game, actually. What I learned when I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. Yuki had a habit of going to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Even late in her pregnancy, when the evening came, she'd always head up there. Her father said not to push herself, but Yuki insisted until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed. She'd be allowed to do as she wished. And I needed a drink. However, I'd never once seen Yuki go up to the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited, she'd spend that time with me instead. I heard the reason why Yuki went up to the roof from a nurse she'd become friendly with. She said her husband was away on business a lot of the time, and that whenever he called, she's able to cheer him up and give him courage. But when he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Her husband might put on a show of bravado, but in reality, he grew lonesome pathetically fast. She was probably just the same. Whenever he left for business, not clear when he'd be back, she felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why when he went far away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call. At the very least, she felt standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. And at that moment, I remembered the words the girl told me, that it was best I go back to Tokyo right away, otherwise there'd be something I'd regret horribly. That's it. I was away on business that day, and Yuki headed to the roof. Had I known this would have been the result, had I done as the girl said and dropped everything to head back to Tokyo, I might have been with Yuki on the day she died. And if I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of the 3rd day of my trip. Right before the time, I had the sudden urge to hear Yuki's voice, and ran around the village trying to find the phone. The girl had gone and cut all the phone cords. If she hadn't and I made the call, I would have learned of her death at that time and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the cords were cut, it only put off me learning of the death by one evening. But in the end, I learned of it the next morning. I managed to put my emotions in order. I realized it was that girl's small token of consideration. That's the first I've heard about that. Yeah, it's the first time I've talked about it. Could it have been a coincidence? She doesn't have any special powers or anything. Aren't you the one who told me, Ooishi, that she might be the reincarnation of the god called Oyashiro-sama? Well, yeah. Well, the old folks in the village believed that Ruki Furude had divine powers. Divine powers? Ooishi originally said it as a kind of joke, but realizing I was serious, he slumped his shoulders. I don't know if it's the truth or not. They said she did things like prophesize the future or talk about things she should have no way of knowing. She was clairvoyant and it was divine revelation. Well, all sorts of things. Of course, they couldn't give specific examples. She prophesied Yuki's accident. Ooishi tried to laugh it off, but out of respect to my deceased wife, he kept it restrained. Does that mean an active and capable investigator from the police department believes in divine powers and curses? Having him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course, I had no intention of believing such odd things. But only he could say that because he didn't know what I did. Since I met the other girl who was and wasn't Rika, I couldn't deny the existence of any otherworldly entity. Of course, I can't deny it might not have been prescience, but rather a warning. Not prescience, but a warning. If what that girl said was a warning about Yuki's accident, then things became easier to understand. Basically, the line of thinking became it was a threat because I didn't go back to Tokyo. My wife was killed in a way that made it look like an accident. Not satisfied with the investigation into your wife's accident? Of course, I suspected foul play. I pored over the results and even carried out my own personal investigation. There weren't any witnesses to the fall. There was the possibility someone hid, waiting to push Yuki down the stairs, but the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I was unable to find anything suspicious. In the end, even after my investigation, I can't think that anything else happened other than an accident. Well, of course, these were guys that took the minister's grandson hostage. It wouldn't be impossible to push a lone pregnant woman down the stairs without leaving evidence. Ooishi's expression completely sobered up. They murdered your wife? When Yuki died, I thought that as well. More precisely, I wanted to blame someone, so I created the most viable scapegoat, but without clear evidence, that violent notion faded along with the wounds in my heart. Fair enough. Did that girl know beforehand about my wife's death and was threatening me? Or did she prophesize that death and offer me a road to salvation? If I had to choose between the two, I'd tend towards the latter. So you're like, I'd rather not believe that she's making death threats and rather believe in divine revelation. I don't know about you guys, but if someone told me if I didn't do something, somebody would die, I'd be more likely to believe they were threatening. They were threatening to make it happen, or knew something that would make it happen. If I, like, they're like, well, if he doesn't call, we'll kill this guy. Like, okay, seems more likely than he's a god. But this is a game that tries to make you question whether things are real or supernatural, so it's perfectly reasonable for them to twist this a little bit and make it a little bit unclear. Ooishi smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his bottle. Then if I may, if what you say is true, if Rika's a prophet who knew the future, why didn't she predict that disaster? If she knew the gas eruption was going to happen, why did she remain silent? Even a few hours beforehand would have been enough. If the village knew, most of the people would have escaped without dying. It was near the end of June 1983. She did prophesy her own death, right? And we've seen this disaster happen before. This happened in the last game. Great Hinamizawa disaster in memoriam list. 59 something. Article 12, 331, 1984. Alright. Volcanic gases from the swamp erupted, hitting the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. It caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact to any reports of odd smells. I hadn't heard of the blockade on the Hinamizawa area being lifted, so it should still be cordoned off. It was my turn to be lost for a response. Well, if Rika, the reincarnation of Oyashiro, was killed, the village might have incurred God's wrath, making him call forth the miasma from the swamp to kill everyone. Didn't she predict her own death? That explanation is what the survivors are whispering about. Sorry, Ooishi. Did you just say she was killed? Huh? Yeah. Well, I don't think it would be a problem if I told you. When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered the girl. I found her name in the list of victims. That's why at the time I thought her death she had predicted was due to the gas. It was after I learned from the tabloids of the mysterious deaths during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. That string of mysterious deaths lined up with exactly what the girl predicted, so I always thought to ask Ooishi as he had been involved in the investigation. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion, but right now Ooishi had said, Rika didn't die in the disaster, but was killed? Can I ask you about the last year of the curse? I may be retired, but I have to keep things confidential, you know. Excuse me, madam. Do you have anything cold that's brewed locally, high grade? I'll leave the selection to you. Oh my, I didn't mean it that way. Ooishi laughed loudly, not wholly unsatisfied, and stopped the hostess to tell her, cheap booze is fine. I know as much as was written in those magazines, but I don't know anything about the curse that happened the year of the disaster. Okay, so let's see what route happens the year of the disaster. The entire area around Hinamizawa was sealed off, you see. There wasn't much of an investigation that could be done on the last year of the curse. Even if after several years the quarantine's lifted, the villagers are mostly dead, and what few survivors there were went to stay with relatives, their whereabouts unknown. It's a complete dead end. Ooishi seemed to postulate to himself as he stared at the ceiling, trying to work out a memory from the rusty cogs in his head. Okay. Let's see what route actually happened. We've had 3 routes, and there's a potential 4th one that we haven't heard of yet. It could be this route. Then he said in a sober voice, the magazines made it seem like the curse was that disaster, but the actual curse happened on the day of the festival. A photographer by the name of Jiro Tomitake, he was the victim. Ooishi gestured about how the victim tore at his own throat with his fingernails as he talked. The burnt corpse of the woman Tomitake was in a relationship with was found in the mountains in Gifu. The Gifu Prefecture police weren't very cooperative, so I don't know about it though. There were 2 victims one night? Actually, see, it wasn't just those 2. You see, the next day, Kumagai-kun, one of my subordinates, disappeared along with his car in the middle of the investigation. That's interesting. I don't think that was a disappearance previously. That's a new change. Ooishi was killed in the previous one. Kumagai was a younger detective going to be partnered with Ooishi after we first met. He was going around the village to question people about the incident with Tomitake. He got disappeared. Alright. He might have gotten caught up in something. If he was with me, he might have been safe. Even now, it still stings. I did a real number on my stomach. I had to pass on going around outside. Ooh. Let's read that again. That day, for some reason, I did a number on my stomach and had to pass on going around outside. So, in this route, instead of Ooishi going around asking questions, it was Kumagai, and he's dead. Interesting. So Ooishi might die in most routes? Or a couple routes. Interesting. He got too close to the truth and was made to disappear? That's what I think. Kuma-chan was young and had a promising future ahead of him, but he still didn't have enough experience on the scene. He wasn't used to dealing with any complications. Ooishi lamented the fact he wasn't with his subordinate that day. And then the next day, see? You know him as well. Akasaka. You know Dr. Eri? You remember him? That young doctor from the hospital? I vaguely remember. For whatever reason, he committed suicide with sleeping pills. No suicide note. No. The autopsy confirmed it was the sleeping pills. Nothing in doubt except for the motive. It isn't that hard to make it look like somebody died from sleeping pills, is it? Any possibility of a murder? He's single, no prior marriages. Didn't seem like he was going out with anyone in particular. He was the coach of the local junior baseball team, and on good terms with the villagers. He was liked by everybody. I couldn't find anyone who'd want to do him harm. Any chance to investigate was ruined by the disaster, though. There's no way to find out anything about him now. What about Rika's death? It was that day. Around noon, some of the old folks visiting the shrine discovered the corpse of Rika Furude. Wait, murder? Before we continue, you should probably stop eating that squid, Soman. That bad? Ooishi nodded. Finish the squid, my dude. The corpse was found on shrine grounds next to the donation box. Although she was probably killed elsewhere. That's because while she was completely naked, there wasn't any dirt on the soles of her feet. Any sign it was sexual assault? According to the autopsy, there wasn't any indication of that. What we know is she was rendered unconscious by a drug, carried to some place, had her abdomen sliced wide open. Her organs were deliberately removed and scattered about. Unconscious? That she wasn't cut open after her death? That's horrible. The girl's prediction was right on the mark. I'm pretty sure she was more detailed about other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think she said the housewife was beaten to death on the 4th year with her head split open. In that case, did she know her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as prophesied, as the years passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then facing that final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all too young life was snuffed out. And in such a cruel way. Knowing her days were numbered and unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart ached at her helplessness. About the way she died, it seems it wasn't just somebody's sick tastes. What I'm saying is, I've told you before about how Hinamizawa used to be home to demons, didn't I? Yeah, I remember. The festival, Watanagashi, cotton drifting, stems from the drifting of entrails. That's right. Seems it came from the man-eating demons ripping apart their victims and throwing their organs into the river. In other words, in Hinamizawa, pulling out entrails has religious meaning? Well, according to old tales in Hinamizawa, you see, to act as an arbitrator so that the humans and the man-eating demons could live together peacefully, a god known as Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens. If I recall, Rika is supposed to be the living incarnation of him, isn't she? Yep. So cutting open Rika, who was a living god, would be to the village nothing less than absolute sacrilege. Absolute sacrilege. In other words, sacrilege towards Oyashiro-sama? Rest you should know, Akasaka. The wrath of Oyashiro-sama would occur that same night. The great disaster. The official explanation was some swamp upstream erupted with toxic gas enveloping the village. The swamp where it erupted was called Onigafuchi Swamp, the origin of the old name Onigafuchi Village. According to the village lore, the depths of the swamp led to hell where the man-eating demons came from. It seems too perfect. No, that's the tip of the iceberg. There was another bit of folklore in the village. If Oyashiro became angry, the cauldron would open up and miasma would flow out, or so they say. To the villagers, hell was at the bottom of the swamp, so basically the miasma poured out, smothering the village? Yeah, basically, due to the sacrilegious way Rika, the living incarnation of Oyashiro, was killed, the village incurred the wrath of Oyashiro in the form of that disaster. That seems to be their explanation. So what you're saying is, the disaster wasn't natural? Well, everything seems to fit too well. If Oyashiro's curse doesn't exist and everything is a matter of coincidence, I doubt it. A wry smile formed on Uishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though even if it were absurd, there was a time where he thought the same thing as well. In regards to the religious beliefs of the villagers, suppose there's a more fanatical group among them. And that group created a situation that would incur Oyashiro's wrath and enacted a disaster to make it seem like truth. Of course I won't laugh. I've wandered down that line of reasoning more than once myself. Now, this is an interesting line, but where is it going to lead us? I'm curious where we're going rather than where we are currently. They're talking about things we've experienced in the last game. We're talking like things we've seen over the course of the previous 3 games. I'd like to know where they're going with this. Let's see if they bring us somewhere. The game's not over yet. It's got quite a bit of line left in it. Let's see. There's plenty of space. Even though it's a small village, it has a population of over 1,000 people. To murder that many people in a single night doesn't seem realistic no matter how you think about it. The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m., several hours before dawn, and in that short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way that makes it seem like poison gas didn't seem feasible at all. The swamp the gas erupted from has some religious significance, didn't it? Yep. If that's the case, maybe there was something set up in the swamp, something that could be activated when divine verdict was rendered? According to the JSDF press release, the swamp was declared the source of the eruption, and this is after everything was thoroughly looked over by their investigative team. If anything like that was set up, I think they would have found it. Wouldn't have to be in the swamp itself. Come on, haven't you ever heard about it? The old story about when a faraway spring dried up, the village dried up as well? Village spring dried up? What do you mean by that? Waterways are connected by underground aquifers. Swamps and springs are the only parts that manage to pop out above the surface. Oh, so what you're saying is Onifuchi Swamp is connected to another swamp or spring, and there's something the villagers rigged there long ago that changes the pressure of the swamp, causing it to erupt poison gas. Is that what you're getting at? Ooishi laughed heartily, commending the fact that the youngins have a nice, flexible way of thinking. The former detective, and of course, speaking. Even though it was a hypothesis he didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind to not dismiss it right away. That's an interesting theory. If that proves to be true, it would be unprecedentedly the largest mass murder in the history of Japan. Once the quarantine is lifted, I think it should definitely be investigated. Ooishi, do you still have any connections with the prefecture police? Somewhat. I'm an honorary advisor for their judo classes. Even now, I pop by during summer training camps and such. I don't know when the quarantine will be lifted, but let me help investigate. So, I'm curious if there's like an entrance to the swamp under the fucking like shrine grounds or some shit. Maybe that's what did it. Maybe they'll investigate the shrine. We'll see. Alright, got it. Ooishi, how do you feel about the string of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa they call the curse? At the time, the villagers were putting a lot of pressure on the station. Their official stance on things was that the cases were unrelated, that each case was separate, each with its own resolution. That can't be. Even though it's blatantly obvious the cases are connected, based on the villagers' religious beliefs? Akasaka, we can only say now because the grandiose way things ended after 5 years. At the time, those coincidental incidents just happened to coincidentally occur on the day of Watanagashi. Just a, it would be nice if nothing happened this year kind of feel to it. Coincidence? The girl predicted everything from the beginning. Girl? Rika Furude. That child warned me about every incident that would happen afterwards. Akasaka, is that true? Yes. The girl said as much. The next year, the damn foreman would be killed, his corpse dismembered. Not only that, she warned me of each event that would transpire in the following years. Akasaka, when she told you all that, what year was it? When I met the girl, I was investigating the kidnapping incident, so June 1978? The year before the dismemberment murder? Wrinkles formed between Uishi's eyebrows as he closed his eyes and began to digest what I just told him. Akasaka, if you're wrong about Rika knowing the future through divine medium, this is getting ridiculous. Yep. If you're just trying to shock me, I'm gonna be really angry, you know? I'm speaking the truth. Then the script behind the chain of mysterious deaths was written a year before it started, and just as predicted, Rika Furude was killed. At first, I thought she meant she'd be killed in the disaster. However, I know her death wasn't due to that, but rather an atrocious one at the hands of a murderer. She said she'd be killed, and at that point in time, she knew more or less how her own death would occur. Why didn't Rika try and run? Even her death was spelled out for her, knowing that she had a grace period of several years, didn't she? She had plenty of time to run or consult the police. Why did she accept her death with no resistance? I don't know. If she accepts her death with no resistance, it means she's probably looked into every possibility already, or she's one of those lame-ass seers who sees the future and is like, oh, okay, we'll just let it happen. What kind of seer is Rika? I guess we'll find out. Even though Rika was doted on by the elderly folks in the village, you see, after she lost her parents, she had no living relatives and lived a fairly solitary life other than hanging out with close friends. It might have been she didn't have any power to fight or anyone to rely on. She must have tried signaling somebody for help in regards to her own death, though, right? Right? You know very well the village and police weren't amicable with one another, Akasaka. At the very least, I never heard anything about Rika seeking protection for anybody. Or it could be she simply resigned herself to being a religious sacrifice. That seems like the most likely outcome. Based on their assumption, it's either she knew she couldn't escape or she gave up. Seers tend to do that, right? They see so much of the future, they just believe they can't change it, and then it's some protagonist character who goes around and is like, fuck the future, I'm changing this shit. That's usually how it goes, right? Could have been something like that. There's no way that's the case. I spoke decisively. At the time she said it, she said she wanted to live happily and spend her time surrounded by dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She wanted to keep living. That was 4 years before all the death, though. That was a year before people started dying, and at that moment I became dumbstruck. What's the matter? Akasaka? It's nothing. I think he just realized that the person she reached out to was him, and he failed to save her. I fell into silence. Ooishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually he stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling he wanted a pen and paper. When Ooishi, noisy though he was just thinking, left the room, he immediately fell into a chilled silence. I stood up and realized I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. You've been drinking a bit. When I slid open the window, a beautiful yet somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. Why can't I read ephemeral, but simple words confuse me? I don't know. It was just now that I realized she hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living, happily and joyously, and she asked for you. She said quite clearly to me, but I was the fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She made it as clear as day she didn't want to die. Wasn't that her cry for help? She didn't say as much that she wanted help, but given that, it wasn't as though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family and unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village, someone from a faraway place, me. Help me. She'd gone around and cut the phone cords. If I'd made the phone call and learned of Yuki's death, I would have fallen into despair. And if I was in that state, even if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. And that's why, knowing everything, she cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Ooishi, just before now, had lamented that one of the younger officers had gotten mixed up in a case having been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. Man, that's gotta be rough, right? It's like, oh wait, shit, was I the person she asked for help? Like, oh man, that's gotta be rough. You're like sitting there and you're like, man, she's dead, that fucking sucks. And you sit there, like, a year later and you realize, oh fuck, she was asking me for help the whole time and I fucked up. I fucked up so hard, unbelievably hard. Like not just one person, but a fuck ton of people are dead that theoretically could have been saved. Death by inaction. He wasn't aware of it, but it still sucks. If only I was there in June 1983, I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. There would have been plenty of opportunity. While raising the only daughter Yuki had left me, putting all my youth and passion into my work, honing my wits and courage, wrestling with difficult cases. Nothing like my failings during the kidnapping incident would have occurred. I would have been a star. I wouldn't have been slow to react in a one-on-one fight. I'd have jumped into foreign mafia... At that point, I jumped into foreign mafia-run gambling parlors where I'd learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I'd grown so much that in 1983, I couldn't have even been compared to how I was in 1978. And that's why, if I was by her side, I would have been able to save her. I could have done it. No matter what conspiracy or foul plots drew near, I would have protected her. Even though sounding resigned, she would have been able to ask me for help. I didn't just realize it, I couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized if I was told of Yuki's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I'd taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yuki's accident. I would have been able to protect the girl to whom I owed a debt for even a predetermined death. You must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. Until I learned about it, I forgot about Hinamizawa. In order to recover from the shock of Yuki's death, I tried to remove everything from that place. In my memory, what an ungrateful fool I was. Even in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me of a way to save Yuki. I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now here we were. If she hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster, she was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs torn out. She must have known beforehand on that day of that year she'd be killed in a terrifying way, but even knowing what end awaited her, she was too weak. A lone girl without anyone to rely on, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death and left this mortal coil. So, our guy's in for a rough night, isn't he? She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. She didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, it was the very basest of desires. She never said a peep about wanting money, or she wished she was in someone else's situation. She said it. If all deaths were preordained, then hers was probably all according to plan. She might have been a lone, frail girl, but I don't think she would have accepted it without at least putting up a fight. There must have been, in some small way, some form of resistance she mustered. And with what she could muster, seeking help was part of that. Seeking my help. God damn it. God damn it! I howled. I stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I couldn't save a single girl from the misfortune awaiting her? Well, I mean, how many times have you failed as an officer? Probably a lot. Was it because there's so much going on at that time I couldn't process the fact she was asking for help? Alright, I'm still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have been able to help her. But it was already all over. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Hinamizawa as a dangerous area was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were dead, and the few that remained spread around the country unable to be traced. The stage of that tragedy was off limits as well. Police investigation was on hold, the case being buried in the sands of time, just like how I wouldn't have known unless Ooishi asked me about it. Akasaka, are you okay? At some point, Ooishi returned with a notebook in hand. Until I saw the expression on Ooishi's face, I didn't realize I was in tears. I never realized she wanted help. Akasaka, calm down. But it's too late now. She was killed. In such an atrocious manner. She was counting on me, but I couldn't save her. I couldn't save her. I might also be at fault for not building up an amicable relationship with the village. If Rika had told me about it, I might have been able to extend a helping hand. I wasn't able to build up enough trust for that. That's something I regret. When Ooishi said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yeah, she'd given me her trust. She trusted me. This guy's not going to be able to get through this night without thinking of something he can do. Even if she's already dead. Meaning she thought I'd have been able to ward off the fate of her foreseen death. She believed in that. And I cried. I fell to my hands and knees and began to bawl, and eventually, Ooishi spoke quietly. Akasaka, does it upset you? It does! Then there's only one way worth mentioning for Rika to have a revenge. Is there really? Is there a way to do that? Ooishi showed me the pen and notebook. In order to mourn her death, we have to find out the truth. The truth. And not just Rika. Lots of people died. Their lament must be immeasurable. But their deaths were left unsettled because of the disaster, and we can't even investigate them even as their memory fades into oblivion. Many people died. The old man was killed. Kuma was erased. Everyone was a victim. But the police can't even investigate it. Who's going to take care of their parting regrets? Only we can. Akasaka. We find the truth. Yeah. We'll find it. I've been around every one of the string of mysterious deaths. I know all the inner workings of the village. You were told an important truth the year before they happened by Rika. We can do it. But they're all dead. That's right. Rika died. You were too inexperienced. You couldn't save her. Ooishi grabbed me, who was still a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels. That's why. To atone for that, we reveal the truth. If what you say is true, then all the incidents were part of a greater design. If that's the case, how we investigate needs to change completely. I intend to spend tonight summarizing all the information we have. Get in contact with many of my former subordinates first thing in the morning. We're not going to let this case go cold. We're definitely going to crack it wide open. Crack it open. Crack it open. We will. Several years have passed, but it's not beyond the statute of limitations. Is there really a statute of limitations on murder? Even if the case has been postponed, it's not closed. It's still going. We're going to keep it going. Right. Let's do it, Ooishi. I won't let it end like this. I'm certain we'll uncover the truth. We absolutely will. Well, at least he's willing to try and fix it. I appreciate that. I demonstrated my resolve to Ooishi by crying out those words, and just then... Papa? The sliding door behind me opened and Miyuki revealed herself while sleepily rubbing her eyes. My shouting must have awoken her, and she rushed over to me. What's wrong, Papa? Why are you crying? Oh, it's nothing. I tried hard to smile while wiping away tears, and though Miyuki looked like she was about to cry herself, she extended her little hand to me. Alright? Did you have another scary dream? Don't cry, Papa. And when she made that gesture towards me, I saw the figure of another girl overlapping with her. And her innocent gaze and innocent expression felt frustratingly nostalgic, filling me with painful torment. Crack it open like Rika, oh god. This isn't the time for tasteless jokes. R.I.P. in peace, R.I.P. in peace, Rika. No more ni pause. No more me. No more me. A girl who couldn't be here because I didn't reach out to her. She borrowed my daughter's body to offer me words of comfort. Akasaka, please don't cry. It might be a hallucination. Maybe a convenient illusion formed from my selfish dreams. However, that was her voice. I'm certain I heard it. Rather than blaming me for my mistake, she was compassionate. Why am I crying? After all, I must have something more important to do than crying. Miyuki? Before you were born, Papa met a girl in Hinamizawa who was like an angel. An angel? Really? She was cute and kind. I wanted her to meet you, Miyuki. That's already an impossible wish. The future is already gone. That I want to be friends with that girl. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. I'm looking forward to it. Next time you do, take me with you. Hinamizawa. Even so, there's still something I can do. Of course. We'll meet together someday. I'm sure of it. Yep. Someday, I'm sure, we'll see her again. That summer, the Higurashi cried in Hinamizawa. Ooishi and I vowed to bring the truth of the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least, wanting to apologize, had searched for her grave. After the state autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa was lifted, they would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure who exactly took the remains until today, I couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine is lifted, all I could do then was wait until whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize. Instead, I was able to meet her. Until I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas meant the prospect of quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. Most likely, she had no intention of meeting me again until I found the truth. That's why the quarantine wouldn't be lifted, or so I thought. Until the day I grasped the truth. It was the following year. Ooishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the Hinamizawa disaster, and I decided on the title. Higurashi When They Cry. That was because for those few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound I remembered most was the cry of the Higurashi. I could only wish that based on this book, the people involved with that incident could refresh their memories and bring to light a new truth. And more importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote in the afterword, why did this tragedy happen? We can't reach the truth by ourselves. He wrote the book that's the title of a game. If you're reading this, please discover the truth. That is our only wish. Kurata Ooishi and Mamoru Akasaka. This year, the quarantine still hasn't been lifted. That's a title card. Is it ending? That'd be really short, wouldn't it? Holy shit, that was really short. A new scenario unlocked. All cast review session. Okay. That was really short as far as scenario goes. That was what, 5, 6 chapters? Damn, alright. That was really short. I was literally saying not like 20 minutes ago that there's plenty of runtime left in this, because we just finished Chapter 5 and we're on Chapter 6, and all the other games have been 12. That was 6. Alright, well, I guess that heralds the start of the Answers chapter, which will be the next one. I'm a little bit surprised it feels like it was cut short. I was expecting this one to be a little longer, but it's not the end of the world, because it was... the ending was interesting. I like the ending. I'm gonna say the police officer scene really irritated me when they were, like, trying to save the people from the kidnappings, because, like, the officers were surprisingly incompetent. I don't mind the officers, like, not being experts. Like, obviously our guy's brand new, he's gonna probably lose the fight, but there were some pretty dumb choices in there from both of them. That's still too bad, alas. 6 chapters. I was kind of hoping it would be a little longer, but it was still good, and I'm really looking forward to the next one, because I feel like the next one's gonna start opening things open, giving some more thorough explanation. Maybe they're gonna repeat all the I wonder what they're gonna do. There's 4 chapters left. Maybe they're repeating each of the stories, but giving us, like, a different perspective or a more thorough explanation. Maybe they're just gonna give us 3.5 new timelines, and those timelines give us complete answers. Maybe. We'll see, I guess.